with the following caption: "We just got banned from all the basketball hoops at the Orange County Fair." Everyone screamed, "The rims are bent." I screamed, "Hibachi," hashtag Arenas family, hashtag County Fair rock stars. So OC Fair spokeswoman Robin Wagner said, "You weren't actually banned from returning and playing in the future, but had won the daily maximum of 1 prize per day from each of the fair's 15 basketball games." She also said no one at the fair recalled anyone previously achieving that same winning streak. So what's the key to gaming the system and winning big at the fair for everybody out there? Because some of us struggle. I know the rims are bent, but what's the hustle?
So on the long ones, right? It's the angle. Like I'm sitting there looking at it like, and I said, "Yo, can you put the ball in?" So they grab it and they do it like that, and I'm like, so it's bent like this, so I got to shoot it at that angle, right? So I get to the side, and so instead of shooting at mine, I'm shooting sideways. So
Corner store.
that was so funny. So it'll like hit and then sit around and then go in, and if it bounces to the next one too and go in. So I was.
So it counts if it
and then they start changing and say it's only the one that you aimed at and shit like that. Like, come on, really?
They ain't know what they was doing. They sitting there like, come on.
So what's the process like for getting banned for the day at the county fair? They roll up on you with security?
Yeah, they did, like, because I was just going from what's the name to what's the name, and they're looking at all the tours, and it was like, yeah, you maxed out for the day.
How you
maxed out? Well, they max, and then they were.
Oh, now it is.
Yeah,
you ain't never had nobody win. They can't put that shit on.
They gonna play some other games. I don't know no other games.
Orange County Fair, huh?
Yeah, they made us that shit. They made that shit up on the fly. Like, shit, we gotta get this nigga out of here.
Black ass.
Can we pull that photo up one more time, please? A good man.
I had the little ones, I had the big ones, boy, yeah.
How much money did you end up spending to win all those prizes?
I don't remember.
But he was going home with.
Yeah. Usually I had stuff behind us.
I see a big elephant. What is that?
Huh? The elephant behind.
What'd you end up doing with all the
kids? Kids,
man.
But do they need all the?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they enjoy stuffed animals. Trust me.
They started arguing about the ones that just had one in it, and it was rough.
They like, "Daddy, shoot.
Oh.
Dad, go play this one."
No, that's lit though.
With the donut hat, I thought it was a sombrero at first. With the donut hat on top of the dome.
Boy, it's crazy.
That's only Elijah.
All right, well, let's keep this thing moving. So we got some playoff basketball to talk about. But today's podcast is sponsored by SeatGeek. Everyone can use our code ARENA10 and get 10% off your SeatGeek order, whether you're a new customer or not. Sports, concerts, festivals.
Amazon Home Finds. This is probably one of the easiest outdoor security cameras you'll ever install. It's wired and waterproof, connects to Wi-Fi and has 4K resolution, full color night vision with a spotlight, motion and human detection with an alarm to scare off bad guys, rotates 355 degrees horizontally and 90 degrees vertically, and supports auto tracking, two-way audio, SD card slot for internal storage, and has no monthly fee.
Your next order. So take out your phone, open the SeatGeek app, and add code ARENA10 to your account. Appreciate you to the folks at SeatGeek for helping keep the lights on. All right, well, now let's talk little playoffs. Had some big games last night. SGA came through with a clutch performance in Game 4 to even the Thunder Nuggets series at 2 games each. Nikola Jokic led the Nuggets with 27 points and 13 rebounds, but shot under 40% from the field for the 3rd straight game. When a series is tied 2-2, the team that wins Game 5 goes on to win that series 81% of the time. Both teams played like this game, like their season was on the line. Let's take a look at the highlights if we can, please. So after combining for 25 points in the first quarter of Game 4, both teams got to work early in this one, combining for 55 points. OKC jumped out to a 12-2 lead to start the game, but the Nuggets kept their composure, fought their way back into the game. The league's 2 MVP finalists showed just how valuable they are. SGA finished with 31 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. He was 12 of 23 from the field, 6 for 6 from the line. While Joker has something like an MFU game reminiscent of the series opener, putting up 44 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 assists in 44 minutes of action. Jokic was 17 to 25 from the field, 5 to 7 from 3, and 5 for 5 from the line. Jamal Murray had 28 points on 10 to 27 shooting. He was 3 of 13 from beyond the arc, and Aaron Gordon had 13 and 5 boards. But Michael Porter Jr. Westbrook struggled for the second straight game. Porter Jr. finished with 2 points on 1 of 7 shooting, missed all 5 of his 3-point attempts. Westbrook had 4 points on 1 of 7 shooting.
We just ain't gonna talk about the black boys. You're gonna talk about the white boy too that's struggling too. Christian Brown, throw him in there too.
Christian Brown will be thrown in there
Yeah,
too.
right now. Throw him.
Christian Brown will be
Put him
thrown
on
in
the
there.
real right with me.
Christian Brown will be thrown in the grill too. Momentarily.
But Arthur Ruckers,
3 of 12. 8 points for Christian Brown.
Clayton Bigsby over this
You're
bitch.
crazy. Nuggets shot 28% from 3, making just 13 of their 46 attempts, but still led for most of the game. OKC had a balanced scoring attack. 6 players scoring in double figures. After an off-shooting night in Game 4, Jalen Williams bounced back in this one, finished with 18 points, 9 rebounds. Hartenstein had 15 and 7 on 7 to 10 shooting. Chet Holmgren, 14 and 8 boards and 2 blocks. He was 6 and 9 from the field. Lou Dort, huge in the fourth quarter. 9 of his 12 points in the final frame. Caruso had 13 off the bench. Thunder were down by 9 with a little over 10 minutes remaining in the game. Went on an 11-2 run to tie things up with 6 minutes remaining. Dort hit 3 threes in that stretch. Teams went back and forth. With the Nuggets down 3, Joker came through with this ridiculous 3 to tie the game. But okay, responded. I guess he responded back-to-back 3s from Jalen Williams as SGA to go up 6. SGA knocked down 2 free throws as well to cap off an 8-0 run to put the game out of reach. Thunder made 6 straight shots in clutch time, shot 50% from the field, 40% from 3 in the game. The Thunder have outscored the Nuggets 63 to 37 in the past 2 fourth quarters to get their second straight win. Now a game away from reaching their first Western Conference Finals since 2016. After the game, SGA and head coach Mark Dagnall had this to say about their squad.
We had no choice. The game obviously wasn't going our way. And we always say, like, the answer is never like a hero play or anything out of the ordinary. It's being who we are. It's trusting each other. It's playing with all 5 on both ends. And whatever the problem is, we can fix it with collective effort and not a single effort. And that's all we tried to focus on. It wasn't going our way. We did enough to get a W.
Yeah, we don't play to answer anybody. We just play for one another, for our fans. The guys have an unbelievable connection in the locker room. That's enough for us. And they've had an unbelievable spirit. That's why they've accomplished what they've accomplished to this point. And it's why they show the type of resolve on a night, like I said, that we, for a lot of that game, we didn't have our fastball, but we hung around long enough and showed great will and connectedness down the stretch.
So what does the Thunder's dominance in the fourth quarter and especially clutch time these past 2 games say about this team?
I mean, their offense is very simple. It's ISO basketball. It's, we try to figure out who the mismatch has, and then we just go one-on-one. But the fact that the right people are making the plays in the fourth quarter, like no matter how they're playing in the first quarters, in the fourth quarter, the right people have the ball. And I think that's the difference between them finishing off the game very well versus Denver. That, SGA Williams is going to be making a play. And then when they give it up, if there's not a quick open shot, give it back and we're going to go again.
Also have guys like, role players like Lou Dort stepping up, knocking down 3 threes in that one.
He had made a few up to that. Like, I just look at certain things. Like, he had made 2 or 3 threes in the fourth quarter. But the last one where Aaron Gordon rotated off of Williams out of the corner, and Lou Dort I'm making Lou Dort shoot that one. I'm a stunt and get back to Williams. Like, that corner shot for Williams is
easier,
right? But no, they've been doing what they have to, man, to get the wins the last 2 games, especially in the fourth. I think Nikola is tired in the fourth, having to do too much.
Not coming out the game.
Yeah,
Got to be on the floor.
Can't afford to, man. Especially when, like I stated yesterday about Michael Porter, right? He had 1 good game throughout this series, man. He's a liability out there. He's not playing well. And you got to sit him down.
Yeah, we got to put Russ in.
Like, you have to play somebody different with those minutes, man. He's not giving you nothing. Christian Brown, to your point you was making yesterday, right? By guys shooting the ball when you in the fourth quarter, you 2 for 8 from three already. What are you still shooting three? Like, what are you made 2 before the fourth quarter. 2 for 7, 2 for 6 up to that point. Dog. Like, well, what are you? You're open for a reason, man. They're not rushing. They're not running at you for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not a point of emphasis from the 3-point line from them, man. Like, you got to know that. You got to know your strengths in the playoffs. You got to go to them in order to be successful and to help your team. It's about helping your team at this point.
Yep.
You got to play to your strengths in the playoffs. That's not what I was built on to get me in the NBA. I wasn't built on making shots. I was built on athleticism, movement, playing hard, defense, doing those other things. But you got to play to your strengths. And to your point, y'all was making, that's what Oklahoma City does.
Yep.
They play to their strengths. They put the ball in these guys' hand and expect them to make the right play. And the guys that shouldn't be shooting the ball, not. And the guys that are, so and that's what happened late. Like Denver being unselfish at times and selfish at times, right? Nikola being unselfish, Aaron Gordon being unselfish, Jamal Murray being unselfish, passing the ball to them guys, and them guys not playing not playing to their strengths at times, has been selfish.
Mm-hmm.
So.
When you think about this Thunder squad, 2 straight wins now, take a 3-2 series lead.
I mean, they're young. Like SGA says, man, they stay consistent. I just love the way how he stays poised through it all, no matter what, especially in that fourth quarter. And, I think Denver, like you said, with Michael Porter Jr., they got to go somewhere else with it. I'm playing Russ just because I know Russ going to play hard and he going to give me something. I think Russ was like 1 for 7.
Yeah.
And both was like 1 but I still feel like with Russ out there, he will actually do more than what with Michael Porter.
He has other ways to impact the game, but for the squad,
You got 6 people in double figures, Jamal Murray in double figures. Other than Nikola and Aaron Gordon, that ain't gonna cut it.
yeah.
Like
That's not gonna cut it.
But I think just OKC's youth.
Yeah.
Being young and they just they having fun though.
I'm gonna just be honest. Just Denver plays stupid.
Yes.
It ain't. It's not. OKC is not really doing anything that's dominating them.
Mm-hmm.
Denver's just dumb. They're playing dumb basketball. Right? The best shooters on OKC, right? Chet can shoot the 3, right?
Yeah.
SGA can shoot that 3, right? They don't. You got 2 dudes who have a flamethrower. They don't actually shoot the ball from that deep. They just keep manipulating the defense to get an easier shot. On the other hand, you have the worst shooters on the floor. Combine both teams. The worst shooters are sitting in Denver through the 30 people that's there, and those guys are shooting more threes than everybody else. That doesn't even make sense. If you shoot your first one and you miss, shoot no more. No more threes. You make it, I give you another one. That's how we're gonna play this game. But Christian Brown shouldn't be shooting that many threes.
8 3-pointers. 2 for 8.
And then
2 for 8.
Watson. There's no threes for you dudes, right? Just take one dribble in. That's an easier shot. Just one dribble in changes your percentage.
Maybe they don't have that in their game.
Well, we're gonna
Do it.
I'm just saying maybe that's not their game.
I think it.
It's at this point.
You're out there chucking up threes when your percentage say that you shouldn't be out there shooting them right now.
But that's what I'm saying. What is the coaches saying? Like, what are these people saying? Somebody got to be saying something. If you're looking at the numbers and you still tell them to shoot the.
Nothing being said, man.
That backdoor, like slash, cut, like Christian Brown when he played last year, everything was to the rim, right? Athletic white boy, go to the rim, just dive, like you know what I mean. If you miss a layup, you have guys that are athletic enough. You got Jokic is gonna get it. You got Aaron Gordon, and then I'm telling Michael Porter, oh wait, listen, I need you to take at least 2 dribbles for your pull-up. These quick these quick shots you take because you jump out, you're always off balance. All your shots are off balance. They're not an on balance shot. I think you think you're open and it's a good shot because you just jump higher than everybody. But for the most part, you're always leaning and always moving. That's why your shot is short. Right? I don't know how you train in the summer. If you train it, you should be training full court, running to the corner, shooting, knowing how you can use your speed. But for the most part, man, 2 dribbles, pull up. Get the control under you. Offensive rebound, slash and dunk. Like, you should be doing other things. The 3-point shot right now, I don't, you know, they don't care at this point.
Well, MPJ playing with the sprain AC
He should be
joint.
playing right.
Right? That's the left arm.
But
He
takes
can't
4,
lift his arm up.
Huh?
Can't lift his arm
but
up.
takes 4 to 6 weeks to heal. He said.
I'm talking about the other shit that you wanted to do.
Huh? Because if you can't lift your arm, just don't shoot the ball. Right? If they've hurt you that much, goddamn it, you need to be a dribble handoff guy. Dribble handoff dive. Like, you shouldn't be shooting threes if your arm is messed up.
Put somebody else in the game.
Yeah.
Listen, who else? The rest of the bench can't shoot for shit either.
When they're gonna play, somebody
Like,
play for their strengths.
I'm gonna look at them and say, hey man, look. We as a group, we're not shooting more than 15 threes a day. We playing 2000 basketball. We playing the old Lakers style. There's gonna be 4 threes, and hopefully we 3 for 5. 2 for 4, 3 for 4. That's it. Other than that, we just gonna attack the lane, man. Because that's what the other team is doing.
And to your point, you talking about Chet, SGA, 5 3-pointers combined. They were 2 for 5 from deep.
Yeah, they don't shoot it. They shoot it when they need. Like
Like Chris Brown shot 8 of them motherfuckers by himself.
8 of his 12 shot attempts were threes.
Yeah, and the other 2 guys that's really good. The one of the guys he's a star first team, and he's come on, man.
Man, he only took 5.
Like when he let it go, you like, okay, that's going in. But he rarely takes them. He rarely is going to sit there and settle for that shot. Like, he has to done drove at least 8, 9 times. And you really backing up. He's like, all right.
Got you.
But he ain't coming off thinking 3 first.
It's the size. SGA size is great. He like 6'5" down there. So you're still going.
6'7" with his shoes on.
I mean, yeah, 6'7". So
SGA done his job this series. So has the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Getting it done on both sides of the ball. Obviously, McKinnon on Joker in the 3 straight games under 40% snap down with 17 for 25 from the field in this game. Thunder bench has outscored the Nuggets bench 57-18 the past 2 games.
Yeah.
So how vital has the Thunder supporting cast been in this series? We had SGA's pops here in the arena a little while back, and he just talked about the team being young. Jalen Williams being an all-star for the first year, but still making progress, bounce back from an off shooting, like I said in the previous game, to come through here, do his job. But it seems like this crew just, has a nice mix of some vets with Hartenstein, Caruso, and that guy. But the young guys, too, are now stepping up and getting it done.
It's their confidence, man. Like, they've been, for the most part, had the same core for the last couple of years, right? And the disappointment of the way the season ended last year, they used it as fuel. They all got in the lab, realized we got to get better at all aspects of this, and I think they did. They was coming out and hooping, man, and the bench guys, they relied on them, and they got to play a lot during the regular season because they were blowing teams out, right? So their confidence not gonna be wavered, and he's still playing his guys, right? It's not like he's played them during the regular season, playoff start, and they're like, I'm only playing 7 of y'all. Like,
Yeah.
that ain't how we got here, right? That we didn't get here playing 7, 8 guys. We got here playing the guys that we spent this draft capital that we didn't accumulated over these years. We got here with all of this. We know who our stars are and who our all-stars are. We know that. But the rest of these guys are really good because we scouted them and we've done our homework on them, and we know they can play. So we're going to utilize their talent, and each one of those guys play to their strengths to come collectively to be where they are.
What's so funny is you can see the game plan from a mile away. When Jokic is posting up on the right side, right, where he's trying to go middle with his left shoulder, and they're forcing him to go back baseline because they're snapping back on the baseline. the guy whose man is snapping back, you don't know where to go. You don't know where to go. Like, you don't know where to go. Like, at this point, are you that stupid where they're pushing me to go back this way, and you probably still all the way in that corner, huh? Just sitting in the corner like I can pass through the fucking rim, the baseline, the referee, and this man. Huh? You think I'm a fucking wizard?
Yes. Damn Joker, ain't it?
God, man, like, God, I don't know what's the...
Cut back door.
Call you the Joker, don't you?
Oh, that's crazy. If your man snap back, you follow, come back out this way. So when I turn and your man stop right there, I can just give you the ball right here. Shoot this little shot. I got double pick. God damn it! Like you sitting all the way. I gotta throw a damn bowling ball that don't touch the floor. I gotta throw it in the air for it to get through. Like, what kind of basketball? Do y'all not watch film? Like, have y'all not played with adults when you was little? Like, your man is snapping back to double him when he goes back baseline, and not one of y'all said, when your man snap back and stay, run back, go back the same way.
Come right.
If your man snap back middle, come back, get the hand like the. This is the craziest shit that I've seen. I'm sitting here like, they were pushing him to make him go back towards the baseline every single time. They're overplaying it at this point. They want him to left jump hook. They want him to do that.
One he made.
Yeah, the way
That's a tough ass shot. And they came, you step through on one.
Step through, yeah.
And
They
one.
went too wide.
They went too and one.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and one, then the other one, the left hand jump hook. That's a tough listen, man.
And even if you cut back door, the other guy, that's just
The wing cut.
the wing, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, man, somebody got to guard him. He gonna pass it to him.
It's just the person that's open. You're just sitting there in no man's land.
They make it so hard for that man, dog.
So let's talk Jokic. Jokic broke out of a shooting slump. Another MFU game. Wasn't enough to get the win. 7th career 40-point game in the playoffs. The Nuggets are 2-5 in those games. So what more does Jokic need to do to will his team to victory and avoid getting eliminated in the second round for the second straight season?
Say that again now?
So what more does Joker need to do to will his team to victory to avoid getting eliminated in the second round for the second straight season?
I don't think much. I mean,
Clone himself?
yeah, or try to have 2 more of him out there, something like that.
Clone himself?
I mean, 25 shots in the game. Jamal Murray, 27 shots, 10 of 27.
I think it's just up to his teammates. It ain't him. I mean, we know what he gonna do. So it's up to other guys stepping up and.
So he missed 8 shots. Jamal Murray missed 17 shots.
Yeah, Jamal, you gotta. Hey, I feel you, brother. You got a hound dog on you, brother. You got that motherfucker's a hound dog. You gotta get him up off you, right? Like, I don't listen. Lou Dort, brother, he's on you.
The torture chamber, as they call it.
You can't. You ain't pushing him off and doing all that little elbow shit. Nah, so you gotta, like. I know you want to set the pick and roll with Jokic. Nah, fuck all that. That's not this series. You need them to switch. That's the one person you don't get a Caruso on you. Get Jay Williams.
You don't even want him on.
Yeah, no, I don't want the big black, big black. He looked like he wrestled alligators growing up. You don't want him on you, bro. That's what he's in the game for.
They all play defense.
Yeah. But this is different. This is different. This is brute. He plays brute defense.
Yeah.
I'd rather give me the headband. Give me the headband. White man hustle defense. I'll take that.
The tennis player.
Yeah, he run right into you. He gonna do some dumb shit. I don't want this one. This one too disciplined. He gonna dive on. He doing all that extra shit. You like, come on, dog. Get him off you. And when you're doing a pick and roll with Jokic, he ain't leaving. Get him to where they they have to switch.
Man, you better run that boy around.
Yeah. Do something different. Some double screen.
You better
Pass
run him the fuck
back
around.
hit.
Yeah, you better run him off a triple.
It ain't gonna get
A
back to him.
triple this way and a triple back up.
His ass.
Boy ain't gonna get back to him.
Huh?
Boy ain't gonna get back to him.
It's okay. Beat. Let him hit one of them. Beat.
Yeah.
Ball don't move like that no more.
That's what I'm saying, but you got to do something to get that boy out of this because he is not deviating from that,
It just looks rough. Like he's too strong for you,
Yeah.
bro.
But I think that
You
was
don't
part
have
of
the
their game
foot,
plan.
and you don't have the foot.
you don't have the height advantage. Like most guys that like Ludor do all that shit, they taller than him. He just all right. Look,
But that was
don't
part of
have
their
that
game
advantage.
plan.
Huh?
That's why their game
Makes
plan
some tough
to
shots,
get
too.
to get him to get Murray. 'Cause
He make tough ass shots. That boy.
They're so used to doing the pick and roll, and they kind of like switch it, and or Jokic, because Jokic got his body, he running around and running through that, and it's like, yeah,
He refusing.
he's
to get-
hound, yeah, he's
refusing to get picked. So yeah, no,
yes. I mean,
Yo, Chet made some huge blocks in the fourth quarter too.
it's easy, man.
He had some huge blocks at the rim. In the fourth quarter.
I think they're gonna have to focus on
happy for Chet, man.
He likes Jamaica. man.
Aaron Gordon. At this point, it's like
Yeah, that's what they need to run.
it's just 4 or 5 pick and roll. See if you can get them to get confused.
Or just dog. They don't run. They do it, but they just don't. The old Sacramento shit, man. A lot of them splits coming together, man. And I'm gonna try to make y'all make a mistake, man.
Yeah,
Like you gotta.
It's not like they would know how to play it.
They don't. I'm.
Because you have Jokic who's smart enough to understand that pass it to the post, and then you have two come together and start diving and handing off like that. You have to.
I remember that.
You have that offense.
That's hard to shit.
Mike Bibby and
That's hard.
Mike Bibby and Page are coming together. Good luck. Good luck. Bobby Jackson and good luck.
That's where MPJ comes in now.
Because he's 6'10".
Because now we're gonna come and you already MPJ, you're gonna be the dive guy.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
You're gonna be the dive guy. And if I'm not gonna use you, I'm gonna put you first shooter, and then we're gonna have Aaron Gordon. You come, and when you dive, his man is gonna try to help. That's where you get your open shot.
Yes. It's dog.
I remember that.
That shit held the guard, dog.
Yeah, I remember
That
that.
shit held the guard. I'm trying to tell you.
I seen Jokic do one. He got the ball and he was getting ready to swing it, and it was Christian Brown wide open. That man just dribbled hand. The camera just moved off. Like,
Moments we cherish, family dinners, road trips, celebrations. But a stroke could take you away from those moments. The good news? Up to 80% of strokes may be prevented. Visit stroke.org and be there for the moments that matter most.
Catch you in Columbus for a cultural experience like no other. From historic home tours to vibrant galleries and museums. Plan your Columbus adventure today.
I'm gonna go with SCA. Just because he's been consistent, he's been just doing the same thing.
Is that based on team success? Does that weigh in on your?
I'm just looking at him being poised, not getting rattled. You know, if it doesn't work this game, we'll come back and still do it again. And I just think he's just getting whatever he wants.
So he's shot under what?
40% for games 2 through 5.
And averaging what again?
30,
15, and 5.
30, 15, and 5.
Haven't played well. I'm having 30, 15, and 5.
From game 1, game 5, had those two big games in between. Still 27 to 13.
30, yeah. and I haven't played well. And we got 2 games out of it, so it's
yeah, what was Shay's?
28, 8, and 7, which is great numbers.
I mean, he's getting more team help, you know, in a sense where, you know, he's 4 points down from, you know, what he does in regular season on the scoring part. But, you know, you have other guys stepping up, and Jokic's production on points and rebound has gone up, assists has gone down, but we can see why. Motherfuckers can't shoot. So, you know, if we're not adding our team wins and it's just them two, we always compare when we get to the playoffs. What is your production? You're playing against 2 7-footers. I mean, you're both, you know, they're both doing what they're supposed to be doing. To one have three wins, the other one have 2. 49.5. I'm gonna go with Jokic.
Okay.
I mean, that was a 50.5.
50.5 to 49.5.
Yeah.
you got Jokic so far. I mean, but it's really just exposing kind of what we talked about throughout the season with this Nugget squad. They run it back with this crew, obviously minus KCP, who's now gone, but
Yeah, they both
Similar to
have
2022 championship
big flaws. And I don't know why Denver's running a 2-3. Their best players are attacking the top.
Just set a pick.
Go 1-2-2. I mean, just go a 3-2, 1-2-2. Guard it like that. Where when Shea is sitting here, because he's very good at going high and then coming back quick low, right or left. So when he bounces high and then comes back, he knows how to dip his shoulder and get around. So you want another guy there. If he's sitting here on the left and this guy is guarding him and the next defense is there for the 2-3 and he's sitting here and coming back, there's nobody on this side. So you want the first guy to pick him up and then these two at the elbow for him. Let them sit there and chuck threes. The one person you want to stop first is the guy who loves playing one-on-one and attack in the middle. Yeah, and then you will stop him and Jaden from trying to get into the middle of the lane, and let Jokic play on the bottom.
Run a 1-1-3 or some shit.
Yeah, you gotta play for him driving the top of the key. That's
Most teams trying to get to, they're trying to drive or get the ball. They're trying to make that pass, get the ball in the middle to force y'all to go man. So, because most rules are in zone, the ball gets to the middle of the zone, you go man. Like those are the rules mostly. So you put somebody in front of him and behind him and make it. I don't know. They need to do something, but
because if you're playing zone for a reason,
I don't know at this point. Just do something.
Yeah, you gotta figure something out
different.
What's so funny is I remember we was playing.
Man, gotta play too hard.
Our first my first playoff experience, we were playing Chicago. We started off at a 2-3, right? Whooped our ass in a 2-3. We went to 3-2. Same shit, just we're gonna switch this one with the top, deny that. That was it. 4 straight, they didn't know what to do. They were so used to the whole offense was designed off of a 2-3. When we ran the 3-2 on it, they didn't actually know how to run their offense anymore. So you know what I mean? Like when you're looking at it, like it's not like OKC has zone. These teams ain't preparing zone offense breakers, right? They're playing fucking 5 out. So they're gonna play 5 out, play the 1-2-2.
Because what they say is, we can just run our man stuff against zone.
Yeah.
That's what the fuck they say.
1-2-2, you can still put a guy right here, right?
Where?
So one guy up top and 2 guys on the elbow. Yeah, I can still do a high pick and roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna switch it with the guy at the elbow.
On a 2-2-1.
Yeah.
A hot 2-2-1.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm just gonna let you sit there and throw it to the corner and just because you gotta remember Hartenstein is out there too, and for him to he's gonna have to sit on the block. So that means what, he gonna float to the 3? Okay.
His name is Hartenstein, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the arena, presented by.
What is his last name?
Hartenstein, but we call him Hartenstein.
Same motherfucker was
Chet Holmgren.
the left hand floater, right? So if 40 shots go to him, good God Almighty, do your thing. But other than that, I'm just gonna 1-2-2 stop him.
Well, not that shot because he shoot 80%.
Huh?
He shoot 80% on that shit, so you don't want him shooting.
That's weird.
He shoot 80% on that motherfucker.
No, that's.
Hey, so
He's gonna have to pop out because we're gonna have a guy sitting.
I dig.
So we're gonna load on that side. So then you're gonna have to try to do what, an overload. They ain't been practicing overload basketball. Where we're just gonna pick on one side.
SGA too good.
Huh?
SGA's just too good.
You would think.
Just saying.
You would think.
I don't think he's gonna ever get rattled. Like,
it ain't about him getting rattled. He's smart enough to see what they're doing, and it's just like when they put the zone in, we was like, all right, we have Steve Nash and we have Raja Bell over there. We just gonna run our offense over here. We still gonna pick on Steve Nash in his lack of defense and stay away from Raja Bell manipulating it.
So this SGA is really good. Like, these guys are really good. What doesn't happen is teams, they are not consistent in the way they guard. They're not consistent, right? in no world if that you don't put 2 on him at all costs. Any pick and roll that Shea
Trap.
every time, man, he would never see a one-on-one pick and roll. I'm never switching it with him. Not one time if he ran a pick and roll and we said, no, he's never seeing one. If 2 come together, we put 2 on him all. And every time that he runs this, he would never run a pick and roll if I had to come up with a game plan to defend him in a playoff series. That's one play that he would never run because I will double team him every single time.
That ain't even hard to show anymore.
Even that part.
I'll guard him like it's Steph off of pick him.
Guard
him like
they don't even double team him every time.
I would guard him like he's SJ.
And that's how crazy these fucking people are. They don't even double team Steph every time in the pick and roll. So
they're so
That was a big
scared
thing when we were
of
playing.
rotation. The ball will find whoever we want it to find.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're so scared of getting in rotation and don't realize there's guys that are gifted in this shit. These max players, right? They are gifted at what they do. So if the best defender starts on him and he does the pick and roll to get a worse defender on him, well, no, double every time.
Every fucking time.
Every time, double every time. Just double every time. Like that is if I can get the worst defender, if I can get the best defender off me every time, I'm gonna do the same pick and roll every time. These motherfuckers said, and I was weird. I was like, why are y'all setting guard to guard, then big pick and roll?
Yes.
To switch and switch.
Yes.
Switch. Like that's a waste of my time. Get your little ass up out of here. Because if this is who I want, I don't need you, big. And if I want the big on me, I don't need your guard. You're complicating it all.
After this wasted fucking now, I gotta rush.
Man,
The shot clock down.
Like just one of you motherfuckers just come up here.
So which one I want?
Hey,
The coach looked down there. He was like, I want him just
they got the weirdest double drags I've ever seen. What happened to the 2 big double drags?
Yeah, the 4 or 5 double drag.
That's what you want. I got
there?
you guard over here, you guard Harkenstein in check. Let's go.
They got the 4 or 5.
decision.
Got the 4 or 5 double pick
You're
and
not
roll.
gonna do nothing.
Because-
Harkenstein, you're gonna drop every, you're gonna roll
Every single time. I don't care if you're the first or the second one.
Every
Every one.
And then sometimes, every third one, slip that bitch.
Yes.
Run hard, slip it.
And then yes, I'm gonna throw it to him and he gonna throw it to you.
Lou Dort, you sit in that corner.
I'm gonna throw it to the wing. He gonna wing or corner. One of y'all gonna get it to him. If they rotate, if they pre-rotate, you'll get a wide open shot.
Every time.
But
I remember that every time.
every
That's
time.
with Bogan and Ersan.
deviate, dog.
Come
Like,
down, dive.
if certain guys we knew, right? This how he's very aggressive, man. We putting 2 on you. I got tired of watching Kobe play one-on-one. We had the game plan. We first man. Listen, dog. We went out, came out of a timeout. Hey, dog. This is what's finna happen.
Mm-hmm.
They throw him the ball. I don't care where he at. I'm running at him. Give up where he is. Y'all, I said it already, right? So y'all know. I don't care where he is. They throw the ball to Kobe. I'm running at him.
Mm-hmm. Hey, here I come.
Yes. He know it now.
Yeah.
Hey, I said I'm gonna do it every time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put it on your mind that you're not gonna play for the rest of the half. Y'all gonna have to be fucking creative to get him the ball. When I go out of the game, he gonna go the fuck off because y'all ain't nobody else gonna do it. So, but right now, this is what's finna happen, man. I'm not finna keep watching this guy that averaged 33 in the regular season continues to play one-on-one basketball. Just not gonna happen.
Like, they have stats, right? Like, it just seems like in the era of technology, it's like their information is 1996.
That's your question.
Like, there's no film to see what this motherfucker do.
I'm finna ask you a question. How many guys worked in your film room when you came in? Two, right? Maybe.
Michael Conley,
Intern or some shit, right?
Same.
Same. Nowadays,
Connolly, yeah,
listen,
Connolly.
nowadays, how many fucking people you think you got working in that goddamn film room?
I see everybody with an iPad.
Everybody and their mom got an iPad behind that motherfucking bench, looking at something different, and nobody can come up with a game plan.
Oh no! I'm watching the
Shit,
game.
the film.
He keeps snapping back, come out the backside.
Shit, the film guy ended up being the GM. Or I'm just back in our day.
Yes.
You ain't got no trick play like the double square, like you know this is coming.
Because he's watching all the film, right?
What happened to the big pick the picker run?
He's giving them the information. The guy in the film room is giving the coaches and everybody all the information. He watches all the film.
Yeah.
The guys, they breaking all the film down and they send it. Now it's just a link they hit. They got an iPad or computer. They send you the link. This is your scout. These are your players. Everything is.
That's the problem.
Right.
All the people that has the film ain't played basketball.
No.
Right? They know how to break film down. They don't know how to play basketball because they never done pick the picker and slash and cut and snap back the baseline. They've never done it to even tell you what to do.
No.
Yo, do you think the game would go back to the early 2000s?
No.
Inside Out?
No, not Inside Out. No. Early 2000s is winning in the playoffs right now.
Yes.
Shea is early 2000 basketball. He's taking the fucking advantage
Jalen Brunson.
of them. And Jalen Brunson is playing 2000 basketball.
Okay.
Mikal Bridges, 2000. All the there's only one player, or two now with Ant-Man. There's only one player who literally, his game was threes. That was Steph. The rest of y'all are not Steph. It was like when Magic came. And then everybody's sitting there trying to get 6'9" point guards.
Like they just a
You can't create
a local round.
off unicorns. You can't create your teams off of unicorn players.
Yeah.
And that's what ends up happening in basketball. Like, I don't give a fuck if I have someone who looks like Kevin Durant. He ain't Kevin Durant. So I'm not going to be doing Kevin Durant shit with him. Yeah, he's the broke man, Kevin Durant. Y'all need to stop that broke man or the poor man. Because that's confusing. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna do what we're gonna do here. Like, no, that's not how the game is. Right? I don't give a fuck if I got somebody. Giannis is Giannis. Jokic is Jokic. We leave it like that. We're not gonna create our system on something they do if we don't have that person.
Yeah, if he walk in this bitch, yeah, cool.
Right.
Like I see, like Sengun. Sengun is not Jokic.
They do call him Baby Jokic.
He's not Baby Jokic. He's not. They're two different type of games, right? Just because they know how to pass it. He knows how to pass a little bit. He is not equipped with the same skill set Jokic has. They don't have the same bag.
But it's a copycat league, though. So, like you just said, there's two players right now that's playing early 2000s basketball. I mean, I feel like all the teams now that's left, besides, the Wolves will win. They still shoot a lot, but everybody else, like, they kind of play inside.
Yeah.
Like all the, so you don't really see it, like, changing, because, once teams see, oh, this team won it this way, the league start taking notes. You don't think it'll go back to, like...
Play their strengths, right?
Whatever the fuck your team is, play that.
Like,
I know, but I'm saying a lot of these teams aren't playing to their strength because they're just shooting threes.
That is absolutely. So it doesn't matter if when Philly is healthy, right? And they just make a conscious effort that 50 times, 60 times a game, Joel Embiid will get this motherfucking ball within 12 feet of the basket. A conscious effort to throw him the ball on duck ends, turnouts, back screens, throw him the ball closer. There's nothing no one will be able to do with him. Right? Now you got to start game planning like, well, shit, we should. But don't nobody else really fit that. You could
Jokic?
try. Yes, but he.
They're having a problem with that motherfucker.
Yeah, because they trying to, because he. Joel Embiid is much better offensively than Nikola Jokic. just his footwork and everything. Like Nikola's great at what he does, but Joel a different animal when he wants. Like if he shared the field, he put that shit to work, dog. Motherfucker, problem.
That's a problem.
A fucking issue.
It was so easy for him. He never had the habits of. And remember, like if you ever heard Kobe back in the day, and I'm not playing against anybody in this era. I'm chasing that. I think if Embiid mindset was this realm of basketball players is not on my level.
Not at all.
I'm chasing the Wilts, the Kareems, the shot, and he focuses on that list.
Yeah.
I think his motor changes. I think he plays against these guys, and this shit is so easy for him. He doesn't try to tap into none of his greatness. I don't think he realizes how fucking good he could be. Like, he's probably one of the only people that literally can average 40 without blinking.
No,
Like Shea said in the one clip, he said, you chase the greats, right?
Yeah.
You chase this, you chase the greats. Your point, yes. So
I don't think anybody's telling him
he
what's
can
up
shoot
with him.
threes, he can do the mid, he got the moves, he's a foul baiter. Like he can literally average 40. But because it's easy, because he can walk down.
walk in the gym and score
He can
step.
walk in here. He
Did he start basketball late?
Huh?
I said, did he start basketball late?
Yeah, he started-
Yeah, so I don't think his knowledge is kind of like
does he
all the
have
way.
enough by now to?
No.
I mean,
It's what you want. What are you striving for? What is making you wake up every day, get to the gym, and try to maximize your day?
How about you chase the guy? How about not for nothing else? If you're not gonna chase them dudes, why don't you chase the guy that has 3 right now?
And that's
Right.
the problem.
That's the thing. How about you chase him? Right? You ain't gotta chase the guy. Chase him.
I just gave him 50
Yeah.
and then that becomes the problem.
Yeah.
I done gave him 50 out, and that's like with Giannis. Giannis chasing something bigger than red here. His
Right,
motor
sure,
looks like
right,
he's trying to
sure.
get better every goddamn
Yes.
right, and that's
Even with him, I want him to do this. What I'm saying.
Yeah.
Even with him.
69 to 70.
Get your ass on the block, man, and make a conscious effort to throw this freak of nature, the ball, close to the basket. Him ducking in on the motherfucker. Good luck stopping it. Because you want to play what because all you gotta do is manipulate the fucking play. Have him start the motherfucker. They gonna switch the play, set a back screen, let him come in, duck the fuck in on the weak side off the pick. He got a small on him by now. Like, I don't know nothing about basketball.
But that's why I said I think the game is gonna go back to that. But I mean,
No, but it ain't real because now coaches gonna have to actually coach and teach basketball again.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
That whole staff that they done created. If you look on the side of the benches, have you seen anyone that looked like they have manipulated this game of basketball? I know some people say, man, like there's one in a few people that would just have straight basketball knowledge because they put that time in. But for the most part, just like the Googles and the big companies, right? When they say, hey, I bet $1 million you can't hack my system. That's just an audition for the smartest minds out there to say, yeah, I can. I can't go around looking for you, so I'm gonna put so much money up there I wanna see where you at, then I'm gonna give you a job. Right, I'm gonna give you a job. I'm gonna tell my team, hey, hackers is coming. So now they're prepared. I wanna see who the weakest link is here, and I wanna see the strongest person that I don't know of. It's the same thing in this game. I need to figure out people who manipulated the game, and I want them on my staff teaching my players their basketball knowledge from what they did on that court. Some people don't know how to watch film. They don't know what the fuck they're looking at in film. They just back screen it. They don't know what they're looking at. You can tell.
The ball went in.
They can tell.
Miss shot, make shot.
And you can sit there. I'm sitting there just watching like, how do you keep going for the same fucking play? The same play. You don't know when. You don't know, like if you're watching Brunson, right? He has a right side move. He has the left side move. Both the motherfuckers is lethal, but you should already know what's coming when he goes left, when he's going right, and you cut him off. You should know, okay, he's gonna spin back, and when he spins back, he's gonna hit me and bump off. You should have that planted. Say if he's going left and he comes back, you already, like, you should already have a blueprint of what these guys wanna do. And they don't.
Shit.
Brunson can do the same move 10 times. They're gonna fall for the same upkick 10 times. Right? He come in here, right? He gonna fake like he about to do a step back. You gonna lean in, he gonna go again. He gonna come back. And it's the same, like, God damn it, you just fell for the same move 4 fucking times.
Do they get scouting reports? Like you know them big ass.
I don't need scouting report. I can just watch a game.
I'm just saying, like, remember when that shit was written down and like the effort they was.
Yo, they send it to this motherfucker right here.
That's
Right? Everything is here now with them.
What happened to
Don't
like
send that shit to my phone.
Everything is here.
We got to get back to the.
How many?
They need that binder.
We had motherfuckers that didn't read the paper you gave them.
And that came on your seat.
It put it on your seat when you
That's
got
what I'm saying.
there. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
No, imagine you sent it to them.
They need that again. They need that today. Put that shit on their seat.
They didn't watch it then.
We did watch
You
it.
can put
We did.
$1,000 on the back
We
of
did.
It got to listen. When I was with when I had that cup of tea with the Bucks, right? Jaquin used to quiz these dudes. There was a quiz after shoot around.
Oh, I heard about that.
It was some of it was mixed within the game plan and the history of the game and certain shit. It was a test, quiz, and they put that shit in front of me, and you know what the fuck I told them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not fucking filling this out. 15 years in, man. Like, I know more than everybody that y'all gave that paper to. I know more than every single one of them. I was one of the questions, what year was Kenyon drafted? Like, what pick or some shit? And they motherfuckers,
Like a motherfucker just
had no clue. No clue. So it's shit like that, but they sending scouting reports. Time the flight is, what time bus, everything is sent to this motherfucker right here. And I guarantee they ain't tracking hours. They tracking how many shots you getting up when you go to the gym. They ain't tracking how many hours you spending on that motherfucking tablet or that in that app watching plays. They ain't doing that shit.
My problem is if you're like if I'm the coach and my job is on the line and it's about getting better, then I have a coach for every player.
Oh, they got that.
Right? It's mandatory then that either before practice, during practice, after practice, you and your coach watching film on the person you're guarding, on the person you're going to switch. At this point, you got to know all 5. How, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be smarter because now I got to know what you do, because I'm switching on everybody. Y'all should be watching film with your coach and y'all sitting there studying the game. How am I letting you, like, I know when you leave the arena and you get that test, you're going to look at it, put it down, and then going on about your day.
I think I'm a pretty smart basketball player, dog. I watched a lot of fucking film. To get smarter, to get these guys are really good that I'm playing, that I know who I got to guard night in and night out, right? And my film is not only what the team is giving me. I am watching basketball games from tip to end. I'm watching every single thing that this man is doing out here. When he check out the game, is he putting fucking hot packs on? Is he? I'm locked into this. It's a possibility that I'm going to have to play him in the playoffs, but I know I got to go and win the regular season. And I'm doing this, man.
But to your point, this is the reason I think Mike Malone got the boot. He had made those comments about the team not watching film. Everybody just wanted to watch their highlights.
Yes.
Not putting in the work behind the scenes.
It's true.
Yeah, like what happened? Like who made that be okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when did that shift this switch to like
all that talent that was sitting on the bench too dumb to get in the game?
No, but
They dumb down everything so they can play these guys.
But is it because it's a players' league, and now players can get away with shit?
I don't know.
Like,
Listen, the only person
So a lot of it, man, just hear me out, man.
because it's just
Over the last, what, 10 years or so, 10, 15 years, there's been one and dones, right? Been around for a while. You as a minus sports, right? The male brain is not fully until you're 25. Your thought process and being able to process things that you're told, seen, 25, right? This shit going one ear and out the other. You see some shit that's oblivious to you. Ain't danger coming your way. You have no fucking idea that it's right outside the door because you can't transfer that same incomplete thought process to basketball. These kids coming in at 19 years old. 19. The knowledge that they have received, some guys are special. Some guys are exempt to what I'm about to say. But we're giving you information before you get to high school. I mean, before you get to this professional status. As when you get paid to your contract, if you really read your contract, this is part of your job description. Not just dribbling, passing, and fucking shooting and jumping. Thinking it, being prepared, all this shit is part of your contract. But they can't physically do it. They're 19, 20. So the information that they received in high school, they didn't forgot certain fundamentals and certain things about the game. And now they're a pro, and now this game is being played a certain way, and you're supposed to be fed all this information to try to help you, which you can't compute it because your brain.
Offers health care for 72 million Americans, helping seniors, veterans, and children. And President Trump wants to protect them.
Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
Trump is standing up for Medicaid because Americans rely on it.
We're going to love and cherish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We're not going to do anything with that.
So why are some in Congress still trying to cut Medicaid? Tell Congress, don't cut Medicaid.
Don't repeat that to nobody else. Right? It's that. And I did a hell of a job with the conversations and each step, 15, 16, giving him more, don't do that, don't have it. And by the time he became a pro at 19, he was ready, but he was still incomplete. As much as I gave him. And he was ahead of the curve than a lot of them dudes that get drafted at 19.
Kane, to your point, you talk about a guy like Ant-Man. Anthony Edwards, 23 years old, but has really started embracing watching film, but is pointing out even during the game, he's got to talk to DiVincenzo, other vets on the team, about defensive coverage is where he needs to be on both sides of the ball. But
you're learning,
but now learning how to watch film and break down that film.
Like, listen. If you don't, it's just like a classroom, right? And a book and a test. There was, you had the answers in the back of the book. The answers in the back of the book is in film. Everyone looks great and unstoppable if you never look in the back of the book, right? So if I'm just watching your highlights, you're the most amazing motherfucker. Everybody got a tick. Everybody got a bad habit. everybody got a go-to move. Like everybody got like, if I go here and it's your left hand, you're gonna reach every time. Like everyone does something. And when you spot it, that's when you can take an advantage of it. But the problem is this in the NBA. It became self-checkout. The information is self-checkout, right?
Yeah. Hey man, get that man some smoke, man.
Huh?
Guilt controls the smoke.
Just imagine you get to check out yourself.
That's a good one.
Now you playing on an honor system.
That's a good one.
Right?
That's a good one.
Everybody in the NBA ain't gonna be honorable to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm sending you the info. Ding, 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 ding. Now it's all on you. Are you gonna steal from yourself? Because that's all it is. Every time you don't open it and go really through it, you're stealing information from yourself. You're stealing knowledge from yourself. Just like checkout. I'll pay for it later. I'm gonna go in and I just start packing shit up and leave.
Gotcha.
Scan one, put one.
Yeah.
Scan one, put one.
That's why, like, I tell when I'm working out the kids, and we got 10 line drills. I'm not making you touch the line. That's you getting worked out. If I'm saying everybody make 100 and you want to make 85 and you sitting there cheating, hey, don't say shit. Don't worry about his shot. Worry about your shots. If you made 100, you made 100, he made 85. That's 15 that he fucked himself off of. That's going to show later on. I'm not here to correct. You got to have discipline and correct yourself because at a certain level, there's no watchdog. You are your own watchdog.
Well, you have to be.
What organization would you say still does it the right way and still that you believe that still like
I'm pretty sure Pop did.
Like ending it like every year out?
I'm pretty sure Pop did. And what's so funny is it's like the best.
You think they still got it right now?
Huh?
Over there in the Spurs?
Yeah. Miami. Of course, Miami. Unless you get under the hood, but if you listen to like Phil Jackson them, right, it's you got to be disciplined yourself. Same thing with Golden State. Discipline yourself. So it all depends on you got to get in there and see what.
There's a reason Jeff Van Gundy didn't coach for as long as he did, and that's why he wouldn't accept a head coaching job. There's a reason for that shit, man. That basketball mind he has. There's a reason that he was like, you know what? I'm gonna stay on this TV, man, behind the camera, because I can't deal with this style of this player. It bothered him. If you listen to him, the way the game is played, it bothered him. It bothers him. Like, I don't know what T. Lue and them did to get him on that bench. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to T. Lue and them, because he wanted no parts of it.
So let's get back to these Nuggets real quick. Some want to discuss with you guys that happened before Game 5, after Game 5. But before Game 5, ESPN's Ramona Shelburne dropped an article on the highs and lows of the Westbrook experience this season in Denver. She detailed a heated locker room argument involving Aaron Gordon and Westbrook after the Nuggets got blown out in Game 2, with one anonymous player being quoted as saying he's so immature in regards to Westbrook. But another anonymous player saying, the great thing about this team is we're not afraid to talk honestly with each other and hold each other accountable. So after Game 5, Gordon addressed that article and came to the defense of his future Hall of Fame teammate.
Really, I don't feel like talking about the game. Earlier, I caught wind of an article that came out about Russell Westbrook and in our locker room after Game 2, which was a completely arbitrary article and pointless and unnecessary by whoever it was that put it out. Russ is one of the most talented basketball players that has ever played the game of basketball. And quite frankly, he's been great for us all year long. We're brothers. We spend more time with our team than we do with our family. Of course, there's going to be disagreements, but that conversation wasn't for anybody other than our own group and the internal workings of our locker room. So that article is just so arbitrary and so far from the truth. Russ has been amazing for us. And not only is he a great basketball player, but he's an even better human being. And he's going to continue to be great for us. And he's going to make a huge impact, and he's going to help us win these next 2 games. And that's all I got to say, guys.
So quickly, speaking on the internal workings of the locker room. So as you guys may recall, here's what Aaron Gordon looked like the day before Game 1 of the Nuggets' first round series against the Clippers. Let's just go back down memory lane.
That was before Game 1?
That was the Friday before Game 1.
Look like allergies, man.
Friday before Game 1, Fat Lip black eye. When Gordon was asked how he got the black eye, he smirked and responded, "Feels fine, it looks worse than it is. I don't know. Sometime during the regular season, probably didn't get a call." The Nuggets had played their last game on that Sunday, I believe. This was on the Friday before the playoffs started. But
So how did he look that during that game? Did it look like he got hit at any point?
they noticed Friday what was going on. He made those comments. Maybe something, maybe nothing. But we've had our suspicions here in the arena.
Maybe something.
But back to the video. What's your reaction to Aaron Gordon defending Westbrook?
I don't like they got a snitch in the locker room.
Oh, shit, man.
You got a snitch in
Every locker room. They ain't just started.
No, I know. I'm just saying at this time of the season, and we're going through the playoffs.
Hey, they just fired their head coach. You think shit is okay around there?
No, I know it's not. No, I know it's not. But it's just it always seems like it's so easy to blame Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, low hanging fruit at this point. It's easy clickbait.
Anonymous players making these
everything.
comments, which really
It's never. It's always the same motherfucking play.
Who, that Shelburne, the woman?
yeah, Ramona Shelburne.
I'm gonna keep my personal thoughts to myself.
Nice.
Talk about an article.
All you do is listen. If you want to find a snitch, just listen. Whoever she go to first.
Watch her talk to all the time.
Yeah.
Watch her, she when she around, just watch her. Watch how she move.
Mm-hmm.
See who says what's up?
No, just watch how she move. You ain't gotta just watch how she move. Be like, oh, okay.
I mean, just it's an op. It's an op in there. They definitely want that op is in that locker room. Definitely.
Article made it seem like it was different players, and maybe she chose to not reveal their identity.
Of course it's
could have been the same human being as well.
Always the same human.
Of course
Without
it
the
is.
range of possibilities.
This is the person that don't like Westbrook. How about that?
And we have heard
person Westbrook.
the previous reports about some players not being happy with Westbrook's treatment on the squad. We know it wasn't Joker.
But my thing is,
When you say immature, then it has to be an older player who's been there for a couple of years that won a championship. There's only like four or five. Four or five of them. I'm pretty sure.
and we could probably cancel out Jokic because he didn't want
You
Westbrook
ain't
on the
gonna say
squad.
Jokic, you ain't gonna say Murray, you ain't gonna say who defended them. There's only a few going after that. I mean, it ain't gonna be no bench players because no one gives a fuck what they thinking about anyway. So it's only gonna be 2 or 3 people that it could possibly be.
yeah, listen.
You know what I mean? So
End of the season, how can I get people to tune in to my article? Let me see. Russ. You know what?
no, but
Here's some negativity about Russ again. That tends to get people's attention.
But he can kind of confirm that what happened in locker rooms should say. So he's confirming too that there was an argument after game 2, and well, let's just go to game 2, see who fuck played bad.
I think Adelman was not in the locker room at that point. He was doing his post-game press conference, came back in to see that was going on, according to...
This is game 2 of the first round.
No, game 2 versus the Thunder after Thunder blew up.
Going on with the
I
game.
mean, it happens. Whatever.
And while Gil's looking up that information, as players, do you tend to have a good idea of who the snitch is in the locker room?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I know I did on my team.
Oh yeah,
What, like,
that makes sense. Game 2, he led the team in scoring off the bench. 3 people, I think. Well, narrowed it down to 2.
That's who.
Yeah, brother. Just a rough series for you. Just a rough playoff series for you, man. But they're gonna get rid of you.
You feel like Westbrook?
Nah, it's just one of those things, man, where, Aaron Gordon, you can see he's standing up for who he believes is not the reason that they are losing, they're not playing very well. For somebody like Westbrook, even if they ever had beef, the respect of just the work ethic and us as teammates pushes them over the top. So
and you witness how people did him from afar, right? The Lakers situation, the Clipper situation. Like you like, man, Russ is this, he this, and then you get on the team with him, and you like, he ain't nothing like what they trying to portray this dude as, right? So, yeah, it's unfortunate, man, that.
Right.
If you just came in there and smell it,
Yeah, terrible.
I just don't like. There's been some articles that's been going on during the playoffs, and I'm like, is this woman from Denver?
No.
National Reporter.
Oh, she's national, so that makes sense. National reporter don't give a fuck about the internal part of a team, but if this is like local, and we're in the middle of the playoffs, and these are the things that you're writing, like the fuck's your problem? Like,
Yeah, them people.
maybe wait until after the series and we lose, then you can start putting this out. But we're trying to, like, now you got this team trying to figure out who the fuck told you. They supposed to be getting ready for game 6. Now they trying to figure out who the fuck is just telling and snitching, and they're gonna be looking at each other. Then we don't know if it's a player or now one of the assistant coaches that's sneaking around this motherfucking ear hustling. And that's what you do to teams.
She can't put it out after it. It's irrelevant then.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant after they lose. She got to put it out now, right? So she did what the fuck what her intentions was. She accomplished it. Right? She accomplished that because he was asked, he didn't want to talk about nothing, he didn't want to talk about the game, he wanted to address this.
Went right to it, was asked about the game, said
I don't want to speak
forget
about
the game, I want to talk about this situation going on. As it stands, obviously Nuggets down 3-2, heading into game 6, still have an opportunity to win the series, but let's keep this thing moving. Pacers embarrassed the Cavs in game 4 to take a 3-1 series lead, holding a 41-point lead at halftime, winning by 20. Donovan Mitchell left the game 4 at halftime with an ankle injury, but did what he needed to do to be available with his team's season on the line. Pacers lead in game 5 with an opportunity to eliminate the top team in the East, advance to the conference finals for the second straight season. The Cavs still believe they could overcome the 3-1 deficit for the second time in franchise history, first without LeBron. But Tyrese Halliburton and his crew showed there's a difference between believing and deceiving. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. So Cavs got off to a hot start, taking a 12-point lead after the first quarter. Donovan Mitchell had 13 points in the first frame. Cavs were 11 of 12 from the line. Meanwhile, Pacers got off to a slow start in this one, going 7 of 22 from the field in the first quarter, including 1 of 8 from 3. Pacers scored 25 points in the first 16 minutes of the game, but put up 27 in the last 8 minutes of the half. So Tyrese Halliburton had 15 total points in games 3 and 4, appeared to be headed down a similar path after picking up 2 fouls in the first quarter while taking just 1 shot. But Hallie took over in the second quarter, hitting 5 consecutive threes. The Pacers went on a 16-4 run to battle back from a 19-point deficit. So despite Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland going a combined 5 for 21 in the first half, Cleveland still led by 4 at the break. Indiana exploded in the third quarter, going on a 17-2 run to take their first lead since early in the first quarter, led by as much as 12 in the third before the Cavs cut it to 9 heading into the fourth quarter. Halliburton led the Pacers with 31 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds, 10 of 15 from the field, 6 for 10 from 3. First 30-point game this postseason, third of his career. Pascal Siakam had 21, 8 boards and 5 dimes on 8 of 20 shooting. Andrew Nembhard added 18 and 6 dimes. He was 7-11 from the field. Aaron Nesmith put up a double-double, 13 points, 13 rebounds. Miles Turner had 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 blocks. So Donovan Mitchell tried to help the Cavs map a comeback in the fourth quarter, scoring 16 of his 35 in the final frame. Spider was 8 of 25 from the field, 4 of 13 from 3, and 15 for 21 from the line. Also had 9 rebounds, 4 steals. Evan Mobley had 24, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks. DeAndre Hunter added 12 points off the bench. Darius Garland, 4 of 11 from the field, 0 for 8 from 3, and finished with 11 points. So the Cavs cut the Pacers lead to 1 point in the fourth quarter, but that's the closest they would get. Pacers up 6 with under 2 minutes to play when Spider was fouled on a 3-point attempt. He missed all 3 free throws in that transaction. He did hit a 3 on the Cavs' next possession to cut the deficit to 3. Nembhard got an and 1 to put the Pacers back up by 6. And with under 30 seconds remaining in the game, Miles Turner put the nail in the Cavs' coffin, hitting a corner 3 to call game. You see how excited he was. Pacers got their 3rd straight win in Cleveland to clinch the series, reached their 2nd straight Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since 2014. They are the first team in NBA history to make back-to-back conference finals appearances as a 4 seed or lower since the playoffs expanded in 1984. After the game, Hallie had this to say about his series clinching performance and what makes this Pacers team so special.
We're different than every other team in the NBA. You know, we don't just have one guy who scores all the points, or, you know, I think we defeat teams in different ways. We move the ball. The ball is flying. We got a lot of different guys making shots, making plays. We've preached our depth all, you know, for the last couple of years, and, you know, it's paying off now. So, you know, I had a great game, but, you know, I think a big part of that was guys were finding me, putting me in the right spots. And, you know, we didn't panic after that rough start to the first quarter. We knew they were going to throw a punch. You know, we talked about that. We knew that they were going to, you know, throw a haymaker there, but I thought we weathered the storm the right way and got going from there. So really proud of our effort and, you know, proud of this group.
So Pacers have proven that they're an 8-win team in the postseason for the second straight year. Mm-hmm. But Mr. B, do you think the Pacers can be a 16-win team this postseason?
I don't know, anything is possible, but shout out to Hallie. They call him the most overrated player. Every time their team needs a closeout or to get a team out of here, he always steps up. I just love the way he's been playing. Man, he's playing like an old school point guard. A lot of his teammates are in double figures in scoring. That's when they're the most dangerous. And yeah, man, I just like the way he's been playing, the way he's been leading his team, and I'm excited for him. I mean, because they say he was the most overrated player, and he's showing that he's not.
More anonymous players doing that voting.
And they need to let his dad back in the arena. Let Pops back in.
The word is Pops will be allowed in the arena anytime soon. Been watching at local Applebee's in both Cleveland and Indianapolis. But let's just throw this aside. Kenyon, do you think that this Pacers squad, seeing the way that they played in this postseason, could be a 16-win team?
She made it this far. It's a tall task to get 16, but they believe they're playing well right now. They got to this point last year, so I think having that experience and not being able to get over the hump last year is going to help. Well, it's a possibility, man. I think they are trending up. They'll be the really, I'm saying, a Cleveland team that was well put together, well coached. So yeah, no, it's possible. They remind me a lot of my Nets teams. Play fast, defend you. We're not looking for one particular big scorer. If somebody have one of them nights, then it's one of them nights. But everybody's in 6, 7 guys in double figures is tough to beat. As Oklahoma City has proven that, as Indiana is proven that, the Knicks are proven that. But when one has a big night, then it's great. But as long as everybody stays consistent, and I think they have been so far in these playoffs, they got a shot.
So you talk about that, but I think the difference with other teams, obviously, Knicks got Jalen Brunson, who can 40 at any moment. SGA, same thing with OKC. Hallie, not necessarily a scorer, but can do a little bit of everything. Of course, obviously a distributor, facilitator, but it seems like this team just has guys who can step up at any moment, and when they're all in sync and locked in together, very difficult to beat. Battle back from numerous, fourth quarter comebacks, deficits.
Yeah, it's key.
Can you go to the video real quick? This is where Cleveland lost. Can you go back to that video? Let me see.
Why is that a foul on Siakam too?
And you see in that fourth where Indiana was going.
We're trying to go see it.
Everything to the basket.
Let me show you.
Second look. It's unconventional.
Where's the contest?
I saw that on playback.
He goes in. This should be on your playback.tv/hostile territory for everybody who wants to tune in with Mr. B on playback. Boom. Ooh.
Right here. Okay, right? This right here. Stop.
Yeah.
The game was lost on this play right here.
To go up 10.
It's not even about the 10 points.
Yeah.
It's about crowd control.
Okay. Gotcha.
If you make this layup, Nothing. The gym don't do nothing. Your players don't do nothing, right? You are the most athletic person in this series. If you would have came down and do what you think about fast break dunks, you start doing this, the fans start doing this, the players start doing. You go and do one of them Spider-Man dunks that you normally do, the 2-foot power, bring it back. The crowd go crazy, your bench go crazy. It puts momentum into the game. There's moments in the game that you need to do something special. Mm-hmm. Like, think about whenever you've seen somebody on a fast break and they did something, everybody, you start doing this, everybody start getting closer, you start doing this shit right here, and every time somebody on a fast break, a high-level guy, went in and just made a layup, you're like, oh. Every single time,
but Donovan Mitchell, that janky ankle,
go off too.
I don't care. You're a 2-foot jumper. You're a 2-foot jumper.
Come on. Playing with a janky ankle.
I get maybe, but
even if he makes it, it's 2 points.
It's look,
in your building where you need to win, where you need the building to be at level 10 the whole time.
I dig it. Yeah.
If you was down 10, that dunk right there is what brings the building back.
He might go up and foul you.
Yeah. I'm saying maybe on his steps, but maybe on his steps he couldn't gather like you know
he looked like I'm just about to go lay this.
He looked like he was gonna let him lay it in like it's a regular season.
Yeah.
He thought it was a regular season.
What's up, T?
Yeah, right, true.
Like, think about
I'm at the crib.
I went up like it's a regular season.
I think about some of them plays, just some of them plays like that block.
All right, I should be coming out that way. I should be coming out that way.
Yeah. And those are the little things that dictate the game that you gotta take advantage of.
What you
and from there, just trickle down.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the play. I didn't even know what the score was. I'm like, that's where it is.
I got
you. You know what I mean? Like, when you saw the game, all right. Motherfucker going there with that one of them fancy layups and you grab that bitch.
The nightmare. The nightmare, I feel like, is up there with it.
It's just we playing moments.
Well, I'm just in the playoff. We playing the Pistons, man. I got it. First 3 games, I got a dunk on the tip.
Half and half. You want half and half?
Off the jump ball, off the tip.
Oh, yeah.
I got a dunk. First 3 games.
I think you don't like nightmare.
Before John stepped that motherfucker, hey, listen, man.
Yeah.
What? Oh, look at his big. Not whatever.
Like it. For real, I think you ain't gonna like it. You gonna like it.
The third game?
No, you just saw it.
I'm dead ass serious.
Everybody on they just. Here we go again.
All right, I got you.
Here we go again.
All
right. Take the soul out.
You just need there's
over. You already see it. It's like they done.
There's moments in the game where you're trying to control, like it's like a.
Oh yeah.
It's a room controller.
Right.
That was a room controller.
I dig it. So, I didn't think about it that way, but
what you're saying though, despite because I watched the game live and saw that play and had the same figure, you basically have an easy, for sure, 2 points, like you said. Crowd's gonna cheer, but it's not gonna look exciting. But I'm also looking at Donovan Mitchell, missing the second half of the previous game, limping around on the court, doing everything he can to try and keep his team in the series.
But I knew he was gonna show up.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but in that moment.
Jump off 2, dunk it with 2 hands.
You're a 2-foot jumper anyway.
Give me something.
On that lean, you would have pulled out that motherfucking lean. Boom!
I mean, because he tried to come down on one play and he got hung.
He
like the second or the first half, he tried to come down and dunk it.
Like if that dunk wasn't for him, that dunk was for everybody in the building.
So regardless of what you did,
he's playing well. Everybody, it just seemed like everybody didn't come to work.
Yeah, and we will talk about that in a second. We will talk about that in a second. Because that's definitely what we seen. Like, we asked the chat, can the Pacers win the title? 46% of the chat thinks that the Pacers can do it. 54% said they can.
Title?
Yeah, 16-win team. So win 16 games in a post.
No,
that means you're the NBA.
The title? No. That team shit ain't working in the championship game when you got motherfuckers on the other side that they got team play and they got dominant play.
Yeah,
so at least the same motherfuckers gonna show. We got 7 games that one person on our team is going to be dominant at least 5 of those games, and then somebody else can show up to help out.
Even in their own conference, obviously.
You got motherfuckers like, you good this game, you good that game, you good, you... Nah. That's not how that last game is, unless you shutting them motherfuckers down from being dominant.
It seems like similarity with the Knicks. Obviously, Pacers defeated the Knicks last season, but Brunson was hurt. OG Anunoby got hurt early in that game 7. Different Knicks squad coming through with Cat, but they also have guys on their roster similar to the Pacers that...
This is a rival.
Yeah, but it's a
rival right here.
WWE predicted.
Yeah, this might be one of the most exciting series in the playoffs.
Which one?
The Knicks and Pacers. It's gonna take it back to the '90s for sure.
The '90s?
Yeah, the '90s. The Knicks and the Reggie like a choke back in the day.
It should have been in the
You remember that?
No, I remember Reggie. It was Reggie versus the Knicks. It wasn't the Pacers versus...
No.
I
said it should have been in the Bears.
They only promoted one. Like, when we think about Pacers and we think about Knicks, we only think about literally like Reggie and Spike. Yeah, that's really...
Yeah, I went to a playoff.
Yeah, but still, come on. New York.
Yeah, I went up to Indiana and went to a playoff game when I was in college. We got tickets to go to a playoff game. But it was playing the Knicks in the playoffs. Yeah, that shit was
Yeah, that's a right.
Well, it's gonna be a good series if just
Yeah, that was
one is finished. One finished their meal. The other one got to finish theirs. And the worst thing they want to do is keep this series going. They want to end it as quick as possible too.
You got it.
So, King Steve, Showrunner of the show would like to know how you got those tickets to go to that game in Indiana.
Me in college, yeah.
Statute of limitations has since passed. And I respect. We were testing you just to...
Oh, no, my girl in college parents, they didn't have money.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. That was good.
Yeah, fact. No, they stayed in the neighborhood across the street from Hugs.
Oh, okay. No. Why did you get
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Out of all the tickets, man, just get nicked, huh?
It was before my senior year, so if it was my senior year, that's one thing. I was just mediocre basketball player before that.
Oh, so chose why?
It was like my sophomore, junior year. I was okay then.
How far is that trip from Cincy?
Hour tops.
Oh, okay. So I didn't realize it was that close.
Yeah, now.
Yep. No, that was nice. They bringing back some good feeling games, man.
So let's talk Hallie. We got to give him his love. Like you mentioned, Athletics Anonymous player poll came out, voted him the most overrated player in the league. Obviously, took exception to that, performing at a very high level. Since that, so Hallie hit.
Whoa.
Huh?
He was playing at a very high level, and that's why they did it.
Wait, what happened?
Yes.
Not since then. He was playing at a high
use that as
level.
motivation.
That's why he got.
That's why they started hating.
That's why they started hating. Oh, this motherfucker, damn. And he's been playing up to.
They had a couple of down games in this series, but when it mattered, when it was time to end this thing, keep it pushing.
He was still plus.
This motherfucker been averaging. He's
For me, Java
Huh?
is not just black tea. We've
Alright.
got flavors and they're delicious. Peach, juicy and refreshing. Lemon, a perfect citrusy kick. Raspberry, smooth and fruity. And pineapple mango, a tropical dream. Blue, so good. And still, zero sugar, no calories, no artificial junk, just delicious, naturally flavored tea. So, which one are you trying first? I need to know.
Get the fuck.
I'm the Game podcast. Everyone would love to play with, I imagine, including himself. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Not good. You've been off the Bron bandwagon.
No.
So we taking our talents elsewhere.
No.
We taking our talents elsewhere. No, I'm just
They don't need to come to LA.
I didn't come to work to talk about that.
I wasn't suggesting that he came to LA.
See, I find a way to put on my
I was not suggesting
I
that.
find a way to put on purple.
Was not suggesting.
The Lakers don't want.
Was not suggesting
Tell us
that.
what we want and what we need.
I'm telling you.
Don't tell us what we want.
You don't
and what
want
we, let's
that.
just keep focusing on how.
Was not suggesting that Hallie came to LA.
We're not.
He gonna stay where he at. But how impressive has Tyrese Halliburton been in leading his squad to their second straight Eastern Conference Finals? We talked about this over the past couple weeks. Seems like the Pacers are a team slept on, don't get the love that they deserve. No, they got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, but they are back this year again.
Well, then they got swept in these conference.
The Celtics.
He's been the best pure point guard in the playoffs.
And we did have that conversation a while back.
running the team, running the show, no matter if he's having a bad game or not, still finding ways to win, and showing up in big time moments when the team needs him. And I just love the style of play. I mean, so.
Not just in the playoffs.
I mean, yeah, before that.
It's just who he is.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, since.
Pass first, low turnover.
Yeah.
Shit, gotta love that, man.
But you know, since I feel like the overrated thing with people has been like really paying attention to what he's been doing.
Yeah, because that dumbass list.
It's special.
Been an underdog most of his career, unranked in high school. I got to start with the Kings. I'm not, but I'm just saying the ability and the trajectory to.
Best point guard, best guard. I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to get.
Your point guard's point guard.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what if we ask, I guess, old school media, what is the definition of a pure point guard? I know the basic is think pass first, right? You pass first before you shoot. But what is the stat on that? What is the actual stat on pure point? What classifies you as a pure point before you jump into just
point guard?
Point guard. Now we know there's a number on scoring guard.
Yeah.
What
would you call Magic a pure point guard?
John Stockton, his assist.
No.
Who?
I call Magic Johnson a power forward that was gifted like a motherfucker that made passes because he had vision like God.
More point
forward. I mean, and I think that's where it got fucked up at because of the unicorn.
Yeah, I think
a guy who's a small forward, I could put the ball in his hand and he was Magic. You know what I mean? Like
somebody that fits that, like he's saying, it's of course, pass first, low. I ain't gonna say low turnover. Whatever the turnovers are, you want them to be low, of course. It's just the floor generalship of it. You're dictating shots. Chris Paul is that, right?
Yeah.
He is your modern day typical. I'm shooting second no matter what, right? Everybody else unless I'm shooting second.
So even if you lead your team in scoring, you still consider
if you're doing that.
Yeah, if you're leading your team in scoring.
If you shooting second,
like
I'm trying to figure because I seen an interview with Hallie and they said pure point guard, and he said I don't think I'm a pure point guard. I don't think it exists anymore. I think what ended up happening is they told us we need to do more. We don't want pure point guards because the thought of a pure, like even back in the
but he is that though, because he's
the one who took away the notion. Like
he tried to, but he played it.
A pure point guard is like
pure point guard. I was always.
I feel like John Stockton was a pure point guard. He scored. He got assists and he got steals.
You talking about, but he was like a Chris Paul averaging 21 and 12.
Yeah, not saying it.
But Jason Kidd is a pure
12 is.
But what I'm saying, but
that. Right, but he still shoot second.
I can score.
I shoot a high percentage.
Yeah.
Right? Chris Paul has always shot I'm saying?
Yeah.
2 and 3, he shoot a high percentage. He makes free throws. So his points are not coming he's not hunting. These guards nowadays, they are hunting that shot first, right? It ain't just Chris Paul, no matter he can average 21, he still is shoot second.
I'm just talking about his third season in the league when he finished second in MVP voting. But
yeah, he shoot second.
Led the league in assists, but still giving you 21 thing.
You got Jason Kidd.
Shoot second.
You got John Stockton.
They shoot third, fourth, fifth.
What I'm saying is, how many points versus assists do you need to be in before you become like? So
I don't think it's a number on it.
No.
I don't think because, like you said, Chris Paul averaged 21 and 12.
So 21 and 12. So that's what I'm saying. Like if I average 21 and 7.
Nah.
Okay. So no,
it doesn't. No, I don't think so.
No. No, you gotta be in that team.
Because you can stumble because the ball is in your hand. You can stumble into 7 assists.
J Kidd is a perfect.
Right. You can stumble into 7 assists.
Okay, so now somebody who will fit pure point guard but don't average that.
Yes.
Would then be Lonzo Ball. Right? He's the definition of a pure point guard because
his brother.
See, he jumps into another realm because
I mean, his brother got hurt, but his brother was more of a pure.
like when
Lonzo is a pure point
Yeah.
guard.
yes, he's a pure
Lonzo is a pure point guard. LaMelo is the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then when you talk about pure, he's never gonna average 11 assists because he don't play the game like that.
Well,
Like when you talk about
he hasn't been on a team where he's been capable to do that.
like Rondo, you know, the J Kidd, like
For a point, yeah.
I don't know, it's just like some of the
Like, so just take Darren Williams. Darren Williams averaged, but he led his team in assists. But it's like, what is that number though?
Yeah.
He averaged 9. He averaged 9. Is he? But you still don't. You look at Darren like he's a scorer first.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
like if I told you
Yeah.
Andre Miller.
pure point. And he's not gonna average 11 assists. Like, you know, because if we say James Harden, he'll hell no.
No.
He got the assist.
But he's
Yeah.
not.
No, but it's not, though.
But you see what I'm saying? So it's like there's this real fine line
What you looking at?
Darren Williams.
Ricky
Whenever
Rubio
I
was
start
a
talking
pure.
about people, I just start looking at their
Like Ricky Rubio was a pure.
See, I always assume like
18 and 19 and 11.
Darren Williams.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like consistent, 20 and
17
10.
He was the best point guard in the NBA.
like 17 and 9. What is that?
Okay,
But
I'll give you that.
Who was that?
Marbury.
Oh.
Did you see what?
But in the 8 of, so if it was somebody that I thought them stats was now, right? 17 and 9.
Hallie very close to that right now.
17 and 9. Then, yes. Yes. Because he did. See,
What was
look
Kevin
where he
Johnson?
shot first. Huh?
What was
who?
Kevin Johnson? He was 19 and 9 his career.
So Hallie averaged 19 and 9 regular season. I think he's
Same
about
stat.
18 and 9
Look at him at the same
this
stat,
postseason.
right?
Okay.
Athletic, gifted point guard was
So those other
could
guards.
hit you in your offense, but at any given time might put his head down and go get one,
Yeah,
right?
so it's
So what about like Baron Davis and like Steve Francis and those guys?
now
Dave.
Baron Davis is a tricky one because Baron Davis is a pure point guard,
His brain.
but he was skilled enough to score. He's like, he reminds me of more of a Hallie type, right? Right? If I got a team that can go do their thing, I'll defer all day. Right? I'll sit here and do all that. I'll get 15 assists, you know what I mean? But if I see motherfuckers that's not fucking, then I'm gonna go score 20 something. So he reminds me of kind of like Hallie. You can remind me of who else is like that, where they can average 12 assists, like same thing with Trae Young, right? I don't have to be a scorer. Like I heard Derrick Rose, right? When he said I wasn't a scorer. They made me a scorer.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like some guys
Yeah, he wasn't fast
they're just
enough.
gifted enough. Like if Hallie wants to average 30, he can. He has the ability. He has the shot, he has the pick and roll, he has the system. So he defers more than like if Shea want to average 12 assists, ain't nobody stopping him. Because he's
I
gonna
think that's his next step.
He's gonna manipulate the game so much
I think that's his
where
next step.
because
He could do it too because he
I
got.
think that's his next step.
What about Jamal Tinsley?
he was a pure.
He was a pure point guard.
Okay.
Pure.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's like
Yes, he's past fourth. I mean, he shoot fourth guy. Like everybody else gonna get a shot before Maul.
So it's not necessarily, it's the assist. The assist doesn't dictate if you are a pure, just how you play the game.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I heard him when he said it, I had thought about when Hallie said it, he's like, now you can't just be a pass guy. You got to be able to put the ball in the basket too, because the game is going to dictate it. And when he said it, I'm like,
because at that position, yes, right? At that 1 and that 2 position in the NBA, you got to be able to go get a bucket when you need one, right? You got to be able to break your man down. And if it's there, like you break him down in the first 3 quarters, now like he's proven, you break him down the first 3 quarters, it's boom, 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 here, boom, 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 here, boom, boom. Now it's boom, boom, boom. The fourth quarter, now I'm looking for my offense now. And when I get to certain spots, now it's Pascal, Siakam, here you go, right? It's Nembhard, here you go. Naismith, here you go.
But Hallie's still having that killer instinct though. When it's time to go get a bucket,
it's
a bucket. No matter, we're going to get a good shot with him. That's the thing. So what? To add on to the conversation that we're having, to make sure we get a good shot, right? To make sure we get a good quality shot every possession. It might be me, like Jalen Brunson is. I'm gonna make sure that hey, pass might be third for him in that situation, right?
But it's gonna be a good shot.
It's gonna be a good shot, absolutely. Right? It's gonna be his shot or free throws, then my teammates. But we're getting a good one every time. Other guys in the fourth quarter, when the game playoffs and the fourth quarter, we're getting a quality shot every time. I'm gonna make sure when the ball is in my hand and I'm dictating these things, we're gonna get a quality shot every possession. Right? Low turnover, especially late in games, shit like that. Just can't be kicking that bitch in the stands when the game on the line, right?
Yeah, I guess in today's game, you don't really want the old traditional sense of a pure point.
They can't shoot.
Yeah. Like, so you don't, like,
yes.
Minnesota's downfall is they have a pure point. They have a real pure point, and it's like, what are you doing with him? Because it's not like you're putting the ball in his hand to let him manipulate the game. You got him sitting in the corner doing corner shit.
Mike Conley?
Conley.
He's shooting 26% and 36%.
Because that's not how he plays.
26%, 36% from the field.
Like he becomes the second option at this point in how you play the game or how your team is functioning. Your team is functioning as Ant-Man is the primary point.
Absolutely.
Which means you need to have DiVincenzo as your starting because he's the shooting guard, or you need to have young Rob over that motherfucker come in and just playing wild man basketball because for the most part, 90% of the ball is going to be in Ant-Man's hand. Now when you have your pure point out there, being a shooting guard, he's sitting there like, yeah, this. So he's
what I do.
He's just wasted minutes because now he becomes your primary shooter, and that's not what he do. He's pick and roll, manipulate. All right, get a good shot, and you done took him out the game.
It is Chauncey playing with Chris Paul.
Yes, Chauncey playing with Chris Paul, and he's sitting there like, so I'm Rip Hamilton now.
What would you call John Wall?
I'll call John Wall a pure point.
Okay.
Like John Wall's nature was to pass the ball and realize when he got to the NBA, yeah, these motherfuckers can't stay in front.
They slow.
He was 6'4", 6'5".
This is easy. Hey, I see you, but hey, this is crazy.
So, like we talked about, it's looking like we're going to get a rematch from the playoffs last season. Pacers are Knicks up 3-1 the Celtics. Obviously, Celtics lost Jason Tatum.
I love that shit.
For an extended period of
I
time.
love teams playing in multiple years back to back because you game one, dog. Hey, somebody getting kicked out, tech something game one.
That's gonna be crazy.
Indiana, whatever you did last year, throw that shit out the window. don't go off of last year's game plan.
No, they played Boston last year.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but
Indiana.
Took the Knicks to 7, beat the game.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Brunson was hurt, had the janky hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Indiana's gonna be 5 minutes.
Whatever you did last year, take that shit out the window. They got old. This is a new game plan.
Absolutely.
Right. Seem to still match up very, very nicely. Just depends on if this Pacer squad can kick it up even more of a notch. But Mr. B, do you like the Pacer chances against the Knicks? Potentially.
Yes, I do.
In the Eastern Conference Finals. We know what's going to happen now.
Yes, I do. Holly got a lot of chip on his shoulder, and they've been playing well, and I just like the way their team is. I just like that, like I said before, 7, 8 guys can score in double figures in scoring, and no disrespect to Brunson, but, Brunson's been playing well, the Knicks have been playing well, but I just like what the Pacers are on right now. I got Highly going to the final.
You've been very pro-Highly in this postseason. Has benefited you to this point. Can you think the Pacers got a chance?
Yeah.
Get the Knicks in this series.
Anytime you get to the Eastern Conference Finals, dog, you got a chance. You're playing very good basketball, you get out the first round. You're playing better basketball, you get out the second round. Your confidence grows with playing the style that you played in the Eastern Conference Finals or Western Conference Finals, whichever one you reached. So once you reach this point of it, you got a real chance. So the odds makers and all that shit, them odds they come up with, man, I got a real 50-50 shot at this thing, man. So we just got to show up, continue to be us, and hope, man. Like, it's all about right now, wheel against wheel, man. Let's go out and fucking compete.
Everybody tired.
Good. Are you ready?
Yeah. It's New York time, man. The city on fire. Them motherfuckers ain't slept since they won game one.
But how they gonna be like this?
Nah, they ain't. New York ain't sleep. They
They probably have.
business has been open, man. Them motherfuckers ain't sleep right now, man.
Crime has gone down.
Crime has gone down. Like, nigga, we need everybody. Nobody.
New Yorkers don't feel like shooting each other. Niggas winning. Boroughs coming together.
I was about to kill you, boy, but I need you to be yelling. I'll see you after the series, goddamn.
I saw that video on Twitter. We're not even trying to kill nobody right now.
We need all the people right now. All the Barrows. Just going. I just think, you know what I mean? It's just how the city is right now. You talking from the Liberty, just everything is moving very well for New York. Period. Just across the board.
Long-time Knicks fan, Gilbert Arena.
No, I'm not. Listen. Everybody asked me, they was like, "Wow, them wasn't even Timbs." And I said,
They were fair of Timbs.
I said, you know what I mean? I'm level one. You don't get the Tim boots. Level one, you just get the and the color, the hat. You don't get this thing, the SMD. I don't get to use that yet. I don't get the butters. I don't even get the Black Air Forces right now.
No SMD.
No SMD. I haven't leveled up to that yet. I'm still on my trial run.
Cat wants you to know appropriate number of R's though in your year. So just
yeah, I get 3. It's 3, you know what I mean? Low level, you know, I get the low level mixtape.
3 R's in the year.
Low level mixtape. Those is the ones I get right now.
So low level mixtape.
Low level mixtape, you know.
So we asked the chat who wins the Eastern Conference Finals. 63% said the Knicks.
Of course.
32% said the Pacers. But 5% said the Celtics.
Because it ain't over yet.
That
Still got
5%.
games to play.
That 5% they holding strong.
Listen, I
love chaos, so I wouldn't be mad. Either way.
Right? Get the
Lakers
win one more. Just win. Make it interesting.
Make
it real interesting.
Get it to 6.
Yeah. I mean, this is wishful thinking. I mean, you know, Boston can get this game, you know, playing off of we love Jason Tatum, we playing in the energy, we can do it without him. Yeah, that you can win. You can do that shit at home. Yeah, but reality kicks in. He ain't there. He ain't there. That pure shooter ain't there. The guy who's gonna come in and create double teams is not there. Y'all gonna have to play real basketball, and you're gonna have to take real basketball shots to do shit you ain't been doing all year.
I gotta play go to hell ball.
And
MVP over.
And I'm going to a city.
Yeah, they got a Finals MVP over.
It's cool, but the Finals MVP ain't coming because you are the #1 option and you are initiating the offense and you are commanding double team.
Well, we go
Derek White, and we got.
No, I mean, but what I'm saying is, it's easy to play some real basketball when they get the double that motherfucker first.
Listen, we could just play.
And then we go. Like, it's easy for Murray, and here we go. It's easy for Christian Brown to go 6 for 6 for the 3-point line. It's easy for Michael Porter Jr. to go 6 for 6 from the 3-point line because they don't create those shots.
Yeah, but you still
there's a person that's getting doubled first, and all 6 of those shots is gonna be wide open. So if he ever goes 6 for 6, he don't get a standing ovation because it's not like he came down that motherfucker, did some of these. No, it was where you at?
You still got to make them though.
There you go. Yeah.
You still got to make them though.
Now he has to making them. He has to create it. Then he got to make. Then he got to go through the double teams.
There's other people that can create too on that team.
Now you got to create it off the first.
We can just play go to hell.
If we take we're watching it in real time. We're watching Golden State. You take the one entity off the court and we say, score.
Well, that entity.
They're like, yeah.
Yeah, but that.
And Kuminga said, I got it.
Yeah, it becomes a different game.
Yeah, but that entity is a top 5 player ever. So
it don't matter who it is. If I take the main source off the court and say, all right, y'all go out there and do your thing now, man.
Yeah, what's the record without Tatum this year?
I believe 8-2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 8-2. Now it's 8-2 and double team. Now we know the game plan. We know there's a game plan.
I mean, it's easy.
This ain't regular season.
I mean,
the playoffs has been showing these teams this shit ain't regular season. I have a blueprint of your game. And the blueprint is said, hey, we doubling you now.
Okay, yeah. I mean, y'all up 3-1.
We doubling you
y'all
now.
3-1.
You gonna be Tatum. Cool. We're gonna double you. Who's gonna be Brown that's sitting in the corner? Who you want that to be?
P. Rabbit.
Derek White.
Derek White is Derek White. He gonna sit in the same position he was.
Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday gonna be Drew Holiday. He's sitting in the same position he was.
The sixth man of the year.
Yeah, who that is? Pritchard. Who gonna be Pritchard coming off the bench?
Starting.
Okay. You see how the game changes?
We're gonna start it.
But do you see it changes?
They can play all 48 tonight.
They're gonna have to. So you can win this game because of power. When if you get back to New York, boy, you might get blown out by 30.
But that's my question for you. Obviously, you know the Knicks want to wrap this series up as quick as possible and have to do that on the Celtics floor. But being able to come back to the Garden, win Game 6, how
charged up the city will be.
Oh no, I'd be crazy.
The city ain't allowing it to get back.
Eddie's gonna come down from the stands. Eddie gonna come down.
Nah.
Eddie is coming down.
Like this game right here is pretty easy for Boston to try to win it because they really like down 3-1, down 3-0 as the team, like Cleveland Cavaliers, right? Some of those there's only it's usually 3 players versus the team, their own team, because remember this is a team sport. This is not like boxing where I'm down and I just this last round, I can beat this motherfucker, right? I can beat him, right? I really believe it. Like, and you go out there and do some shit that only you believe. Well, when you're talking about team and you have that belief and a few of them got the belief that, motherfucker, I want to go home. Like, I already put it in my mind, I want to go home. I don't want to be out here no more. I'm done. Fuck you niggas, man. And that is a mindset. 15 players, at least 5 of them want to go home. They done already called and did all that, so you playing against that too.
Well, we will find out.
They're champions.
You know, that's what I said. It's easy for the Cavs, really. When you watch the game, some of them packed it up. Some of them already had their cars shipped out.
We will be watching on playback.
Right? Now, am I right? Am I right? You really playing against a motherfucker like, yo, come on, dog. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I said, come on, dog. That is crazy.
We will be watching the game on playback.
You wide open, motherfucker. This is what you doing out here.
Playback.tv/Gilbert Arenas for this Knicks game. You'll be wearing his Timbs and a do-rag.
Motherfucking Donovan went to the line, missed some three free throws yesterday. I was like, oh, this motherfucker Porsche shaving, man.
Number one out.
But then came back there possession, made the 3. I was like, oh, he's motherfucking trying to make it look good.
But let's talk Cavs. So after getting knocked out of the playoffs, Donovan Mitchell was still in shock, coming back onto the court shortly after the game, taking a seat on the Cavs bench by himself to reflect on the disappointing end to the season. During his post-game press conference, Mitchell also reflected on the series and the criticism that awaits, but had a message for Cavs fans and his team.
It's tough to win this league. Give them credit. We didn't do the things necessary. I love playing in that fucking arena, man. Like, that energy, that crowd, rolling 3 at home. You know, let the city down, man. This place is special. This place is really special. And maybe get it done, Chris. I guess, especially at home, that's what hurts, you know. Yeah, just be down like this, and y'all gonna write some shit about us, man. And that's gonna be fuel. Like, you know, fuel for everybody. Y'all gonna say a lot of shit. Y'all are, and that's what it takes. I've been here, so. I understand, we understand, and now we just got to use it as fuel for next year. Y'all gonna write us the fuck off, man. But we'll be back. And let city down, letting each other down. We'll be back.
So Cavs started the season with 15 straight wins, became second team in league history with 3 12-game winning streaks in the same season. I thought Sugar was clapping. My bad.
He was.
He emotional over there. Don't worry.
I did.
See you in Cancun. They were missing Darius Garland for the first 2 games of the series, and without Evan Mobley and DeAndre Hunter in game 2, still got hit with the gentleman's sweep in the second round. Cavs had 64 wins this season, which is tied for the 3rd most wins in the season for a team that didn't advance past the second round of the playoffs. Also had the Coach of the Year, Kenny Atkinson. Should the Cavs run it back next season or look to make some moves to strengthen the roster?
They was fully healthy. They really would have a chance. Losing Darius Garland with the toe. Evan Mobley.
Coach of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year.
Jared Allen.
Highest scoring team in the regular season.
I don't think they're front runners and stuff like that, but I just think injury. I mean, happens to a lot of teams every year in the playoffs. So when you don't have, Donovan Mitchell's out there playing without 3 All-Stars. I mean, how are you going to win?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. I mean, you can.
What is the other way, good?
You can look at your team and say, yeah, we had a great regular season. We was a great team. We sacrificed Coach of the Year. And then, we're going to run it back the same. Or you can be smart and really say, we was good, but we wasn't championship good. We was Eastern Conference Finals good, but we wasn't championship good. So let's get a little bit better. Let's upgrade some of these pieces. The worst thing to do is to think this team was going to win a championship, go into the summer, and then don't bring nobody in.
So you say even if they did win a chip,
they wasn't winning no chip.
But
how can you say that? But
they wasn't winning no chip. They wasn't chip ready yet.
But getting there, you don't think they would have been able to get there like fully healthy?
Don't know. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to look at the team.
Yo, you got guys that didn't even come out and try playing game 2.
I'm not going to look at my roster and say, we're going to run this. But no, I'm going to.
You know what I said?
I'm going to upgrade.
You what?
You didn't even try.
For what game?
Game 2. Hunter, Mobley. You don't even suit up. We lost game 1.
It might be.
But you played the next game. No, that don't work, man, in this. You ain't even try. Like, go out fucking warm up, then tell me, listen, man, I ain't got it. Give me a shot of fucking Toradol. It's the playoffs. Game 2, we lost game 1 at home. That shit mean, like, when I saw both of them dudes one playing, man, I'm like, oh, they ain't gonna beat nobody. The mentality. You gotta respect Darius Garland, man. We down, man. I'm gonna go out and try. My toe is fucked up. I'm gonna try. He got that bitch limping around. You can visibly see. I didn't see no signs of Evan Mobley being labored. I didn't see no signs of DeAndre Hunter being labored. Game 3 and 4. I didn't see that game 4.
Follow through on the push.
Right? He looked fine. His wrist looked fine when he went and pushed Benjamin motherfucking Matthew. He looked fine to me then.
Solid.
So listen. You walked off the floor game 1.
Life is full of moments we cherish. Family dinners, road trips, celebrations. But a stroke could take you away from those moments. The good news? Up to 80% of strokes may be prevented. The American Stroke Association encourages you to manage your blood pressure, eat well, and stay active to lower your risk. For stroke survivors, these steps can help prevent a second stroke. Together, we can ensure no one faces a life-changing moment alone. Visit stroke.org and be there for the moments that matter most.
We rely on you nightly. It ain't just your points. It's your defensive presence. It's you being out there. It's something that we could use. But when they didn't play in game 2, I'm like, oh, man, they ain't gonna, like I just said, they ain't gonna beat nobody. They ain't got no heart. I don't trust you. To Gil's point, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I'm going to that motherfucker like, yo, man, we got to do. I don't know who you got to go get, who you got to get rid of.
Ain't nobody coming there.
But my thing is that you can't. I'm hot if I'm Donovan Mitchell, man. I'm labored. I came into this with a bum ankle.
Mm-hmm.
People can say, you know I'm a player. Everybody, we all thought he playing. And in a doubt in our mind, he was playing in Game 5. With a doubt in our mind, he was playing. No matter how he felt. No. That's why he set out the second half of Game 4. The game out, they're down 40. Right? You come out Game 2, if you DeAndre Hunter and you Evan Mobley, it get that way, and you be like, listen, man, they shut me. Cool. My teammates look at me different. That matters. Well, it did to me. I'm pretty sure it did to you.
Mm-hmm.
How your teammates looked at you. Whether they looked at you like, man. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to be dependent on like that regular season. Who won all the games in the regular season? Great. We did this shit together. Great. Cool. Cool. That ain't now. Like we depend on you, right? Evan Mobley, you defensive player of the year, homie. That means something to us. We need you out there. We lost game 1 with you out there. You out there. We lost game 1 with you out there. Do you think we got a chance if you're not out there? See, that's the bothersome part, right? The mentality of the guy, like, we lost game 1 with you. Mm-hmm. So you put us in hard. What you think we finna do in game 2? We're down 2 games going on the road. Got lucky. Got a game. Right? Got lucky. So you got to make some changes, man. I'm questioning them dudes, man. Like if I'm Donovan Mitchell and I'm Kenny Atkinson, I'm questioning them dudes.
I know you question them, but who gonna come there?
I don't know.
Who coming to the Cleveland?
Free agent. The lake on fire.
Hey, Cleveland.
Huh?
The lake was on fire.
Oh, it's been on fire before. So hey, I'm just saying. That's just
it's hard to get.
Career play.
I just feel like this was their best chance of trying.
No, I mean, they have a solid. It's just like Bucks, man. When Bucks won the championship, and they went into the summer and they didn't upgrade because you were champions. But you know why you were champions. The reality of why you were champions. The team, the megalodon that you faced, that beat the fuck out of you, that showed you you're not even on their level. It all went down. That's how you advance. You didn't advance because you beat them. You advanced because they went down. And you got to the next level. And you got to the next level, and then you face the Suns team, right? Mm-hmm. You end up winning. Who cares how you won? You won. You go into the summer thinking we are them dudes. That should have been, hey. We do remember what happened against Brooklyn. We got to upgrade this fucking team so we can, and that's what happened. That's why they haven't went nowhere, because reality kicked in. And then we just realized, just Giannis is fucking good.
Denver,
yeah. There's like you have to actually look at yourselves and say, hey, okay, all right, and they won it. Where do we need to upgrade? If we rank our team 1 through 5, how many of us are top 5 in our position? One of us is probably number 30. You can start there. 1 through 5. There's one of us on our team right here. It's probably ranked 30 in the NBA in our position as starters. You can upgrade there and go from there. And that's how you really have to look at yourself. It's just like getting better in the summer. I don't give a fuck what you did. You go and say, all right, this is what I accomplished. What are my fucking flaws? And how do I make up my strengths? And that goes for a lot of teams. And they're going to be one of them. Indiana, you beat on a team that was hurt. You're going to have to look at yourself. I don't give a fuck where you go. You gotta upgrade, man. You can't go back into the next season with the same iPhone. iPhone upgrades every year. But you better upgrade every year.
So let's talk about, speaking of upgrades, so Donovan Mitchell reached the playoffs in each of his 8 seasons in the league with the Jazz and Cavs, never advanced past the second round. He's still only 28 years old. This is the conversation we had throughout the season. But can Donovan Mitchell be the guy on a championship level team?
Well, I don't know. He's never been on a championship level team. I mean, this is impressive. I mean, this is probably the best team he's been on.
I think the Jazz were top in the West one of those playoff runs.
But he hasn't been
the year following the COVID season.
Like, you can look at a team start the season off and be like, okay, these them boys, right? You can do that. He's never been on a team where you're like, okay, this is his year to fuck up. He's never been on that.
But do you feel like a lot of teams don't upgrade like that because they don't really know championship culture?
No, because there's only 5 teams that actually are trying to win a championship. There's only 5 teams. When every year there's 5. If they get it or don't, there's only 5. Then there's 15 teams that just want to make the playoffs. So they're going to just keep the roster good enough to make the playoff. Then there's 10 teams that don't give a fuck. They don't care. They're going to make their money no matter what. Good, bad, they're going to keep getting the checks from the city itself and the market. And if they do get a winning team, cool. But that's about it. I'm not here trying to win no championship. That's not my business model here. That's why you look around the NBA and you're talking about billionaires and your team sucks every year. Every year your team sucks. That's his model. That's his business model. Slumlord.
So Brooklyn ain't tripping.
No. Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn. I don't need to win shit in Brooklyn. If he wants to slumlord it, he can. He's in a city where he can slumlord. Clippers can slumlord if they want to. They don't need to win here.
Ballmer different though.
I know he's bombing. No, you can tell he's trying to win something. Like the newer owners, these new owners, it's like they're fans of basketball. It's them old motherfuckers you got them old owners that still holding on. Yeah, you don't really want to upgrade you don't want to upgrade your goddamn season tickets like that.
Portland is up for sale.
Yeah.
Trailblazers up for sale.
And when whoever comes in, you gotta remember, when I'm buying at a price like that, I gotta love the fucking sport. Something about it. If I bought my team for $1 million back in 1965, and my team says it's worth $600 million, bitch, I'm not trying to win. Don't tell me about shit. Who we got on our team? All right. Like, you can tell who the basketball fans are. They showing up to the game. Go, guys. If you go and look at NBA owners, and you start looking at, who the fuck is this? Yeah, they don't care. You start looking at like, who the fuck is this? Who? I didn't know the woman was owning that team. I didn't know he was owning that team because they not there. They running off with their real business. Right. This is a check run. How much we losing at what's the team over there?
Yeah.
Oh, the Minnesota. Yeah. Just right off.
So, Mr. B, question for you: can Donovan Mitchell be the guy on the championship level team?
We won't know.
We won't know.
We won't know. We will never find out.
Listen. I'm going by history. Like, this is not my opinion. I can give 2 shits about, if history of the game is saying that at a certain height, if you are the best player at a certain height, your chances of winning a championship is not very high. In the last 40, 50 years, 50 championships, whatever, there's only 2. And Steph Curry is all of 6'4" still. He's still 6'4", right? It's not like he's just little framed. But under him, as the number 1 guy, has only been Isaiah Thomas. Really.
the number one option. There's only been Isaiah. We throw Steph in there because he plays like a little guard. But 6'3", 6'2", 6'1", it's only been Isaiah Thomas. It really hasn't. There's really no. So just history says it.
So we asked the chat, can Donovan Mitchell be the number one option on a championship team? 53% of the chat says yes. So one more thing real quick before we move on to our last topic.
53 said yes.
53 said yes. Before Game 5, TNT's Jared Greenberg said that Max Strus sent a message to the Cavs group chat that said, if you don't believe, don't show up for work. Strus then proceeded to have his worst game of this playoffs, putting up a donut while going 0 for 9 from the field, 0 for 6 from 3. So should Strus have kept that text message to himself?
Hell yeah, should have kept that shit to himself, man.
Don't show up to work.
Wait, hold on.
6'3".
With his shoes off, he's 6'2.5".
Yeah.
With his shoes on, he's 6'4".
Yeah.
So
I don't know what.
Was he a clown when he was making shots for y'all? Huh, my ass, you heard me.
Mm-hmm.
Was he a clown when he was making shots for y'all? But was he? I didn't ask you that. Was he a clown when he was making shots for y'all? So he a clown when he don't make shots. Motherfucking fans are crazy.
He texted like he about to have 30.
It don't matter.
Went out there at a donut.
No, he trying to say something encouraging. He just had a bad fucking game.
Right message, wrong person.
No, he was making shots. He's coming out there.
He ain't make one.
Okay, well, he shot him. He's a shooter, right?
He's
a shooter, right?
Yeah. He's a shooter.
I'm not gonna blame him.
No, I'm not blaming.
Right? No, what I'm saying.
They call this man a clown.
Like him not
He's a fan.
Him not making.
He's a fan. That's why I say the fans are amazing.
Him not making shots versus him not just showing up is two different things.
So he took the shots.
Like maybe his energy was just a little too high for this moment.
Teammates didn't show up in game 2.
Yeah, so I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not worrying about like he went 0 from 9. He went 0 from 9.
Where do you think it stemmed from?
Okay.
He just didn't pull that shit out of his ass.
Okay, no, I got you. I forgot about the game.
Teammates didn't play in game 2.
I forgot about the game too.
You think he just woke up before game 5? If you ain't gonna show up, no, that shit bothers some people.
Like, you know what the difference was? You know why he was 0 for 9? Score your own fucking basket. Yeah. See, the dude with the toe can't toe no more. Yeah, he can't get around these screens and then Max, score. Should look a little different. Right? You're talking about a team who averaged 28 assists in regular season, 10 last night. We not helping none of you motherfuckers. When you get it, do your own thing, and the motherfuckers realize, oh shit, only Donovan and Garland can create their own shots. The rest of us need them, and they're not helping. Because Garland, we know he can't jump off his toe. We know he can't speed and get around this motherfucker, so we're not gonna help. We're gonna let that Garland, if you wanna go and jump off and do all this, good. But we know you're not gonna do it. We know you gotta save some of this products for the next game, so we gonna just stick you one-on-one. We're gonna deny, and if you get the ball, try to do it yourself. And you can't do it. So now these shots that you're taking is created by yourself, not your teammate. So now y'all scored all these points. Only 10 came from assists. That means you're 18 assists away from how you play Cleveland basketball. We're not letting you play Cleveland basketball. We're gonna make you play Donovan Mitchell. Yeah, it becomes a little different now. And that's take it away.
That's scouting, that's coaching, that's scouting report, and that's going out and implementing the scouting report, right?
Yeah. Hey, what does the scouting report say about Denver? What's their record when Jokic scores 40-something?
2-5, 2-something, yeah.
They got a losing record when he
2-5 when he scores.
Because when he's scoring that many points, that means he done gave up on those motherfuckers.
That means nobody touching him around.
Yeah.
Nobody else is.
And now, if they not touching the ball, that means the guys that he needs are not there. So, what do you think is going to look like Game 6. See, the only way they winning is if Jokic is 25 to 30 and 9 to 14 assists. When he starts creeping up into the 45, yeah, that means he's saying all this.
He gonna have 7 assists or under.
Yeah.
But he should have more. They just probably missing shots.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. That's the point.
Remember, if they making shots, he's shooting less.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how it always works. Like Donovan had 35, that means he ain't passing the fucking ball. When he's in that 21-19, that means these guys are hitting shots, so he's still believing in them.
But you can still believe and still get yours, right? Same time.
Not when your team is built a certain way.
Not when you've been winning.
Not when you've been winning a certain way. If I'm winning, I ain't really got to do it like that.
It's a formula to it. All right? It's a formula how they have been successful.
Right. Like Hallie, if you look at his numbers, the reason he hasn't had high assists or high numbers is because everybody been doing it. Shit, he's sitting there scoring. Siakam out that motherfucker hitting shots. And like he said it, yeah, they was looking for me tonight. Right? Yeah, they found me. He the point guard. He the point guard and said, yeah, they found me. Because, usually they, when we need you, motherfucker, we'll need you. We'll come over there. Other than that, they've been handling the game the way they need to be handling the game. Right? Everything is about taking away what we think is going to hurt us. And, some guys can jump out of there, like a Brunson or a Shea. We can say, we're going to make you a passer, right? Or shit, we're going to make you a scorer. And some of them are so good, they can do that too and still find a way to get their teammates involved, knowing what the game plan is. If I know, all right, we gonna make Kenyon take 25 shots tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Because that means Kenyon ain't sitting here, we trying to double him, and then he sit there and throw this pass or throw this lob or do that. We're gonna all stay home and let Kenyon just dump the work. That means he ain't scoring, and that might help us win. Yeah, he had a hell of a night. Like, the game plan is the game plan, and sometimes he started dunking a couple times and like, oh, let me go and dunk in. And now he done hit him, he the three, coach like, timeout, dog. Why are you helping?
Yeah.
Why the fuck you helping?
Come sit your ass down. Come sit your ass down.
So the game plan is the game plan, and
So with that in mind, let's move on to Mostly Fans. Presented by the good folks at Underdog. Download the Underdog app, use promo code GIL. Download the Underdog app, use promo code GIL, get up to $1,000 pass plus special pick.
All right.
We will be on playback 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern.
I'm Knicks this year. Right.
Knicks for clicks.
I'm Knicks and Jaylen Brown.
I thought you was Tatum.
I'm Knicks and Jaylen Brown.
Knicks and Jaylen Brown.
Knicks and Jaylen Brown, baby.
Like I said, pull up to playback.tv/Gilbert Arena tonight, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern.
That's who I was going for.
So was Jason Tatum.
Whatever Rashad team is, that's the team I'm going for.
Shaw will be back in the arena tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to be rooting for the same team. In the same play.
Gil, since you brought up the Knicks, Mostly Fans question has something to do with that from Underdog user Zadarian. The Knicks took heat for playing heavy minutes all season, but now they look the most locked in. Should more teams stop load managing and just play through it?
History. I'm going off of history. History is saying load management is hurting the game because it's hurting the players. Right? It's these players is going down at a rapid speed. Like it's showing they're getting injuries we've never even seen in a sport. Quads, hammies, side muscles. I didn't even know motherfuckers we had side muscles over here. Where did they create these shits for me to pull this? Right? There's things that are happening in the game now that wasn't before. So I know we got new technology, but sometimes you got to look in the past to see what were y'all doing in the past, because John Stockton, Karl Malone, right? We're talking about Michael Jordan,
Gary Payton.
right? You got players that played 82 games for years in a time where it was supposed to have been a brutal basketball, right? You got a player that's playing who came in 2003 that's still in the game, averaging 25, 7, and 7. So you might want to ask why. Right? Hey, Carmelo, hey, this is the Phoenix Suns here. I just want to pick your brain for a little bit. What was your summer workout plan? What did you do? Reggie Miller, hey, motherfucker, hey, you was skinny in the motherfucker. How did you last so long in the NBA? What was you doing? What was your diet like? What was you lifting at? Hey, McHale, hey, Mr. Iron Man, fuck you doing over there? Right? There's guys who's done shown. Like, are you lifting weights to stretch it? Like, what are you doing? Because obviously the fucking new people, these 27 and down, these goofy motherfuckers that I've been listening to that got computers and shit, they're wrong. Like the computer's wrong. The human body is still the human body. And something is saying that 90s, 80s, 70s is the physical part of being able to play longer. Some of these motherfuckers playing at Chuck Taylor's. Chucks. Taylor's.
And playing 82.
They didn't have motherfucking super glue back then, just regular ass glue. And it was fine. Right? So there's things that you gotta take from the past to see why.
At least the basics.
You know what I mean? There's why. Like, is it actually lifting real weights? This bando shit? This Pilates shit right here is I can tell you it's wrong because I can tell you this ain't Instagram. This ain't just take pictures and we look physique, right? Right? Because I can tell you if you tell all them to run and do something active, they gonna pull that shit that look good for the pictures with the. You got
the pretty muscles as we call them.
Yeah, you gotta jump and run and be. You gotta really do that stuff. And old school,
they're doing all that shit. Man.
Old school is telling us all this day off and we resting and all that. I mean,
that fucks up your body even more.
Yeah, right. We resting
around for 2 days.
We resting and we doing this barely workout and we coming in playing against motherfucking John Moran. And I got.
Yeah. Come do this function workout.
Yeah. Like, why wasn't it just lifting? Like, I remember my rookie year, my paper, boom, boom, like, we lifting. I don't know what they do.
You need your muscles to be firing at a very high level. There's John Morant in this motherfucker.
You got to put muscles on top of muscles.
Yes.
Like, you already got muscles. In training camp, the training camp we did, you put something on top of the muscles. And then, yeah,
and that was a different too, our training camp. From their training camp today.
Man, them dudes going to training camp and walking out fine the first practice. Second practice, walking in the third, and then training camp over. Man,
they don't even do 2 days a day.
That shit don't exist.
Do you go to sleep at the same time? Every night?
No.
Around the same? No. Yours just.
Don't sleep pattern all fucked up.
You go to sleep at the same time?
No.
No?
No,
How you know I sleep at all?
I'm pretty sure. But for the most part.
Yeah, about 2:30 in the morning.
But for the most part, your body, you train your body to react. Right? Now, if I was telling a kid how to train and how to get shots up, right? And let's say we're training for 200 shots a day, so 1,400 shots. I need you to take 1,400 shots a week. I'm telling you, for the best results, 200 7 days a week. You do 200 a day, and then you rest, and then you do, 400 on Wednesday, then you rest, and you do that. I'm telling you, what happens, your body remembers that cycle. It's gonna be ready to fire on Monday. It's gonna want to sleep on Tuesday.
is going to be ready to go max on Wednesday, rest on Thursday. What happens when you actually have to perform on Tuesdays and Thursdays? You're going to be trying to get up and your body's going to be saying, this is a rest day. I'm not firing. That's what's happening in this sport. That their bodies is being trained a certain pattern, and when you throw something on a rest pattern day, it fucks it up. Like I always remembered and was told on the night before the game, go to the gym and do something. So your body knows the fire at that time. Fire at that time. So I don't care if it's an off day, your body does its routine. Go to the gym, run around, do whatever, even if it's for 5 minutes, let your body know. Because if it's used to resting and going to sleep, it's gonna try to do that. And I noticed that when we played 1 o'clock games. If somebody did a statistics on my 1 o'clock games, I know for sure those are probably the worst stats I've ever had. That's gonna be my pattern.
Supposed to be sleep.
That's why I'm supposed to be sleeping.
Yes.
That is not
sitting there like and trying to, now I gotta overstimulate to try to get up for the game because my body want to naturally go to sleep, even though I just woke up. So new school need to try to think about just human nature itself to understand how to be functional.
Real talk from Gilbert Arenas here on Gil's Arena, presented by Underdog. Whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a playback at 4 o'clock. And as some of y'all point out, I do fall asleep on those streams with my eyes open. Gilby working me, man. But want to say appreciate y'all to everybody on this couch. Another spirited day here in the arena. Appreciate everybody in the chat.
Insight.
Some great insight, some great talk, discourse around the game. We mind the game here as well.
The body is smarter than people think, man.
So what
Train that motherfucker to do whatever you want it to do.
Real simple phrase, man, that Gil, what he is saying, I was preaching, I said to the boy, I said, repetition becomes habit, man. Like, repetition becomes habit. That plain and simple.
If you're used to quitting,
yeah,
you don't keep quitting. If you're used to fighting through things, you'll always fight through things. It's a habit. Your body's gonna get used to the habit.
Stunning also a habit as well.
Like right now, right? Some of you guys at 11:30, 22 to 30,000 a year. It's your habit. 11:30, Gil's Arena's on, and you have created your environment around this time.
A very good habit to have.
Yeah.
Very addictive, intoxicating, if you will.
Need more y'all to put the needle in your arm.
Yeah, we need more y'all to be fiend.
And it becomes part of your functionality, and you know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure when we don't come on at this time, kind of fucks your routine up.
I mean, it's on CPT.
Oh, see, these motherfuckers out here, I'm ready to do what the fuck they doing. You know what I mean? Like, shit done fucked up my car. You know what I mean? It's just that routine you get into that makes you successful at what you do.
Oh, no, I got one of my partners in Dallas. Like, he got his, like, he get done with jiu-jitsu, he get home, get showered, roll him one, get him a coffee. He like, hey, Central Time, it's 1:30, it ain't local. Hey, what are you niggas at?
Hey, where y'all at? Hey, where y'all start texting? The fuck y'all late for? Like, I know some people at 12:30 like, see these motherfuckers, man, they actually 15 minutes, I gotta figure out what the fuck I'm doing for 15 minutes.
You gotta do regular work. Just keep the stream up. But we appreciate y'all for supporting the show, supporting the movement. Absolutely. This has been another episode of Gil's Arena presented by Underdog. What? We will see y'all tomorrow.
I think so too. Fucking Bergthal have perfect chemistry. That's my big brother up there. And it's better than the original in every way. Really? Be accounted to. Rated R.
At WDSU News this morning, we're focused on your desk with breaking traffic updates. And New Orleans certified most accurate forecast so you'll always know what to have. WDSU News this morning, live, local, late breaking.
Wake that ass up early in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, Just Hilarious, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. We got some special guests in the building.
My girls.
Lex P and Dre Nicole. Podcast. What's up, guys? Long time again.
How y'all feeling?
Great. Good. Really good. I'm happy to be here.
Happy to see y'all.
Thank you.
Y'all got the new show, Travel Queens. First of all, I'm happy to see y'all just evolving. Poor Minds Podcast is a hit. Poor Minds Podcast evolving. Now y'all got the Travel Queens TV show on BET. It's a docu-series. How'd that come about?
Also, the production company Cocoa Butter, they actually reached out to us because they wanted us to audition for it because they had us and like I think some other, maybe like 2 or 3 other friend groups in mind. So we auditioned for it. They loved us and then we got it. And we started filming maybe like a month after.
Yeah, it was
and then
really
we filmed
quick.
the whole show in 2 weeks.
Cocoa Butter. I know that's a black woman on production.
Yeah. No, it's actually not.
It's a white guy and a black guy. Ian and Tim. Shout out to Ian and Tim.
They smart.
Yeah.
So what are Travel Queens about? Where y'all going? What y'all doing?
So we went to 4 different cities. We went to Cartagena, Mexico City, Key West, and Charleston. So it's basically really showing like young black millennials, Gen Zers, especially women, how to travel, where to go eat, where to find other black people when you travel, just how to be safe and have a good time. I think right now in media, I won't say right now, but I feel like a lot of stuff that we're seeing in the media with black women is like who fighting, throwing drinks in people's face. So I really think it's refreshing to see 2 black women who are really friends, just having good, innocent fun. We're not talking about men and dating and gender wars and all this stuff. It's just good fun.
But what about the ladies that are watching it? Like, well, how am I going to be able to fly myself out?
Don't stop.
But y'all flying yourself out on this show.
Well, actually, BT.
But I will say, so a lot of the stuff too is like it's budget friendly.
Yeah.
I mean, we went to Charleston. You know what I'm saying? You can do a road trip. We went to Key West, so you can drive to Key West. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to necessarily fly. It's not like we're doing extremely expensive things, to be honest. So I think if you budget, you know, it's not like we're doing luxurious things and going to the Maldives and you know staying at the Four Seasons. It's very budget friendly stuff.
Yeah, and I think that was the point of the show. They wanted to make everybody feel like, okay, I can come here and I don't have to spend a lot of money to have a good time.
So if a guy was flying y'all out, y'all still want to go to those destinations? But
Yeah, but I probably would have did something different. I ain't gonna.
Charleston is beautiful though. And Key West.
But I'm not kidding. Key West is one of them little ducked off. I remember
it is
taken to Key West before.
Oh.
I was flew out by Cocoa Butter. Yeah. But that usually the older gentlemen fly you.
Yeah. It's a very like quiet town. You can definitely sneak off there with an old guy.
I've never been to Key West before. That was my first time.
Water blue.
The water was blue. That's a fact.
That's what Little took you.
Because they can be confused. So I just told them that when the older guys perform fellatio, they don't really know.
Cunnilingus.
The what?
Cunnilingus.
The cunnilingus?
Cunnilingus.
When they doing that, they say Leo. Because they don't have teeth anymore. You know, they're trying to figure out where it is. Especially the ones with glasses. You know, when they slip down on the nose, they say, Little.
They be doing that to glasses.
I like that.
I think we see a lot of can't
Some get a little fog in your body.
Just a little bit.
I like that. Little.
Yeah. So out of the 4 cities y'all went to, which one did you like the best and why?
Mexico City.
I know
that
it.
area. Because it was just so nice. I feel like it's so many black expats that are moving there from the United States. So it's a lot of black people out there. We went to an R&B night while we were out there. We went to a black vegan restaurant. It's just, it reminded me a lot of the United States, but just in Mexico City. I feel like out of everywhere that we went, that was my favorite place.
I'm not gonna lie, I keep saying that Charleston surprised me too. Like,
what?
I've never been to Charleston. And I have a really close friend of mine that lives out there, and he's been trying to get me to come out there forever. And I was like, what is in Charleston? Like, isn't that a dance? Like, I was like, I'm not going out there.
It's not. We found it.
But I was so surprised. Like, people be taking the nice boats out. The food is good. I had a ball in Charleston. Like, I'm actually planning a trip to go back, like, for a
Charlotte is
weekend.
beautiful.
That's
That's home.
Mexico City is nice too, though.
Yeah.
It is a lot of people moving there. Yeah, just my husband's family's from there. Really? Yeah.
Mexico.
Okay. Because we tried it.
Do y'all both like to travel already?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we already travel together a lot anyway, so we feel like that's why it was the perfect show for us.
Y'all get tired of each other at all? Like, you know what? You go your way, I'll go my way.
Absolutely.
She was like,
We literally live in Atlanta. I live in a building right here, and her building is right here.
Damn.
And the unit that I used to live in, she could see my apartment from the pool, so she would be like waving at me from the pool.
Yeah, watch her.
No, she.
I followed her. I did. Because they started building a building. I said, I'm finna move right next door to my sweetie pool. Yeah, I love that. I would
y'all get tired of each other. Like, you know what?
You know what's crazy? I think when we were younger and the show first started, we didn't have any direction. We didn't know what we wanted to do. We're going through growing pains, but now it's like she's 34, I'm 35. We grown women.
Yeah.
We don't have anything to fight about. And honestly, I think it's so crazy when people have podcasts and they make so much money and they be arguing. And we're so much fun, like to be able to travel the world with your best friend and have a business. It's great. It's fun.
How is it when y'all get in relationships, though?
Oh, I feel like we do a really good job of still keeping the balance of our friendship and still being in a relationship. Like, we always find the time to hang with each other, to go to dinner, to talk on the phone.
As crazy as it is, because the podcast, we do talk about dating a lot, we are really not male-centered women. And a lot of people think that because we talk about dating so much on the show, but we really not. Like, we like to be, like, last year we went to Turks for her birthday. We wasn't inviting them. We went to Miami one year for my birthday. Like, we just go on trips by ourselves. We're not like, oh, our boyfriends have to come. Or if we go to dinner, it's not like, oh, bring your man. It's none of that.
We have
none
a
of
good
that.
balance,
Yeah.
for sure.
So y'all still booed up?
You know.
They watching right now like, damn.
Rocky place. It's in a rocky place. We gonna see what happens.
It's complicated.
Yeah, which is crazy, right? Because I feel like it happened simultaneously. Like,
It
at the same
did.
time for both of us. We started kind of going through a transition and a breakup at the same time. So,
But it's not like in the bad space.
yeah, it's not.
Like, we're cool. It's cool. We're figuring it out type
You don't
situation.
fuck each other up like, girl, leave him, or I'm gonna leave him if you leave him, or if
Crazy? No, I'm really like that friend where when she calls me and she talks to me about what's going on in her relationship and stuff, I'm just always like, okay, girl, well, you know, do what you want to do. I try to be supportive of what she want to do, as long as it's not a physically violent situation or something that you need to leave that's abusive or anything like that. I try to be supportive of my friends. And I get it. When you love somebody, you want to stay with your man. It's hard out here. Y'all all married. Y'all all got y'all. No.
I don't know,
I don't know why I stuttered.
You was just in love last year, Lex.
Love.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
very much
okay.
in love. Like I said, it's just a situation. We're figuring it out. I don't, you know, but I think we're both so focused on our careers right now. And I know it sounds so cliche, but I'm just a person. He's an amazing guy. If we're meant to be together, we're going to be together. So I'm just not putting pressure on it. You know what I mean? So it's cool. We can figure it out, you know?
What have y'all learned about yourselves from doing the podcast? How long have you been doing the podcast, first of all? 5 years now, right?
No, longer than that. We started doing Poor Minds when I was like 27.
So, yeah, it's about
7 years.
Yeah, 7 years now.
Okay, so y'all at that. See, this is people don't realize this is at the point. This is the time where podcasts really start to take off. Around your 7th, 8th year, everybody think it's just instant success.
Yeah.
Around your 7th, 8th year. So what have y'all learned about yourselves?
For me, I would say transparency and vulnerability is healing. When I first started doing the show, I think that I always have kind of had more of a closed off personality. I've always been a little bit more private than Lex. She's always been like an open book on the show. And I never used to want to talk about things that I was going through because I felt like it was a sign of weakness. And I've just always had this thing where I don't want people to look at me like, you know, I'm weak or whatever. So I think that now I'm in a space where I enjoy telling my story. I enjoy telling people the things that I'm going through because I feel like it can help other people get through similar things, or, you know, just being transparent to me is just very important at this point in my life because I don't know. I just I don't want to get emotional. Yeah. I don't want to get emotional a little bit, but like I lost my dad, and it was something that was. Thank you. It was something that was really, really hard for me to talk about on the show. But I wish that back then I had the same mindset because I feel like I was dealing with so much by myself. Yeah. And when I started talking about it on the show, it was just so many people and such an outpouring of love. People saying, I've been through the same thing. I can understand where you're coming from. So that's what I've learned over the years about myself. I think that I really enjoy now telling people what I'm going through instead of just feeling like I have to go through everything by myself.
But you left.
I think with me, I am such like a loud personality, and I think a lot of times I would try to hide that from people, and I just embrace who I am. Like, I'm not the sexy girl that's doing all this. Like, I'm a tomboy. I like to be loud, have fun. So I really got confidence about myself because I'm like, this is who I am. I think when I first started like being on social media, I was like doing the bikini pics and posing by the pool. I'm like, girl, this is not you at all. So I've really been able to embrace myself and be like, you know what, you the loud homegirl, and that's okay. Like, you don't have to fit into this box of what you think that a woman is supposed to be. Because people always love to say, because I know you hear this a lot, they be like, oh, funny women aren't pretty, or you have to either you funny or you're pretty. You can't be both. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I used to try to lean into being the pretty girl, and then I would try to lean to be the funny girl. And I'm like, you know what? I don't have to be in anybody's box.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
but you always been sexy. You just don't give off like you said, like you're just not prissy. You're just
well, we talked about this on the show.
Like,
there's a difference between like having sex appeal and like being attractive. Like Drea just is like sexy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She just walking around. She's like, hey, oh.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that's how she is.
You can have both though.
Yeah, you can have both. You know, like I said, I just think like being sexy.
There's ugly sexy people.
It really must be.
Sex appeal is something that's just from the inside. I feel like.
Yes, and I just think like. That's not a part of my personality, but that's okay. It's not. I'm not saying I'm unattractive. I'm a baddie. Period. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? So I just think that I've been more comfortable like being in my skin and who I am for sure.
Growing out loud is hard.
Yes.
You know, and that's what y'all been doing the last 7 years on that podcast.
Literally, like going through everything. Like she said, she lost her dad. I lost my mom. Going through breakups, and then it's like. You know, we be like, oh, we in love. And then the next month, we talk about a different dude. And we're like, oh my gosh, like, y'all got a new man.
And they doing the same thing. They tune in, support my talk.
People not in your business. So
it's hard.
Going through relationships and growing pains. And I've always been honest about my financial status, too, because I always say when I moved to Atlanta, I had $3 because I 100% did. Like, I wasn't lying. So I think it's important to be transparent, especially as a Black woman in this industry. I feel like we always try to hide what we making because I'm like, oh, this company signed up for your ass. How much they paying you? Because this is how much they paying us. Let's make sure that they not, you know what I'm saying? So I think that with the platform that we have, it's like, yeah, we've grown in front of the camera, but like she said, being open and vulnerable has helped us 1,000%.
For sure.
So what have y'all learned about yourselves from doing the TV show?
Honestly, I feel like everybody always asks that because they're like, oh my gosh, how was it? It was 2 weeks. But I'm like, I don't know, nothing, I guess. To be honest.
Well, I mean, because it's crazy because I thought it was going to feel so different.
Yeah.
But it felt so natural.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we made for TV.
Yeah.
Because it felt so natural. It kind of felt like, and maybe because we did it together and we're best friends and we already have that chemistry and the camaraderie and stuff. It just felt. Thank you.
Yeah, camaraderie.
So it just felt like I'm doing this show with my homegirl and the cameras just happened to be here.
How many bags did y'all pack?
We had
two, right?
No, we had one big suitcase and like our totes and stuff.
And then a carry-on.
Yeah. So what we did though is we had the bags from Amazon that you vacuum.
Okay.
So what we did is we had each bag for each city. So I had like my 3 outfits for Columbia in my vacuum bag. Then I didn't have to open that bag no more. Then when we went to Charleston, I had my bag for Charleston. So it wasn't that bad, but I will say shout out to the producers at BT, James Knox, and the Cocoa Butter family because they really let us be ourselves.
They did.
Like they were literally like press record, y'all just do y'all. And that's another thing I was worried about. I was like, how are they gonna edit this and make us look? But it's definitely giving Lex P and Dre and Nicole.
It's us in real life.
How was it?
You know,
it was really fun. I had a good time. So that was my second time going to Colombia. My first time going to Cartagena because the first
Colombia, the country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
Good cocaine out there.
No. You said it to me in my DMs. You seen I was in Colombia.
You are crazy. They're pure white.
And weed. So yeah, but I mean, funny enough, I think that's what people think of though. When you think of going to Colombia, you think of the cartel and stuff. Cause like I said, I went to Medellin a few years ago to get my teeth done, and I was scared to leave from the area where my hotel was and where my doctor was.
Crazy?
I mean, I was just nervous to travel around because that's what you hear about Colombia. So when we went to Cartagena, I had a really, really good time. And then especially with us going to Palenque, which is the first free black city in the Americas, it was just so, you know that it's Afro-Latinos in a lot of these countries. But when I say when we were in Palenque, we felt like we were somewhere in Ghana, in Nigeria. Like these people look like our cousins, our family members. It was just amazing being there and being submerged in the culture.
Why'd you go all the way to Colombia to get your teeth done?
Because it was cheaper.
Oh,
I know that's right. I think here it was like 30,000. I'm getting a little money, but back then I was trying to save a little
People
coin.
get them done here. They just all the same size, like the extra larges. Like nobody ever asks for the mediums or. You know.
They got the front, they get front teeth for the whole row.
Like how all your teeth the same size?
Yeah.
Like,
Or they get the top done and don't get the bottom done.
and it's like, come on.
They need that corner.
It's the texture. Like I think that's why my teeth look so natural because he made like the texture in my teeth or whatever.
And how do men treat y'all when they see y'all from outside of where y'all usually are, outside of Atlanta?
What you mean?
What do you mean?
Because Atlanta, they see beautiful women, but sometimes they might not see that in Colombia, like
God
Americans.
damn. DJ Envy says Colombia got ugly women. That's the headline. DJ Envy says all women in Colombia got busted. Yeah.
Well, usually when you go out the country and they see American women, they treat American women differently because they don't usually see American women like that.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like whenever we go anywhere, I really can't tell the difference because I feel like everywhere we go, we kind of draw attention. I know that sounds bad, but it's like everywhere we go, we're used to people like being like, "Oh my God, I know y'all from the pod," or "Oh my God," or saying "Hey." And then when we were in Colombia, it's a little different because we had cameras around us.
Got you.
So of course, people are like looking and saying stuff and being so. It's kind of hard to tell the difference between people how they treat us outside of Atlanta versus anywhere because I feel like everywhere we go now people kind of recognize us, so it's not really like we're getting treated differently per se, if that makes sense.
When you said you were scared of how they were gonna edit y'all and make y'all look, were y'all allowed to be in the room during the editing process, or you just liked y'all trusted them and you just liked the way they ended up editing the episodes?
Yeah, we didn't know anything, girl. We've seen everything when everybody else seen it. We didn't know how they were gonna edit it.
We was on the plane last night watching the episode for the first time.
So are y'all nervous for every episode that comes out?
You know what? Well, I'm not nervous now. I was nervous of how my body was gonna look because I just lost 30 pounds. Okay. Okay. So when we shot, I weighed like 205.
Okay.
So I was so nervous. I kept saying, "Oh my gosh, I hope," because I have like a little belly on me. So whenever I gain weight, like people always tend to think I'm pregnant. They be like, "Let's pregnant." I'm like, "Oh my God, can I just have a little shot of tequila?"
Yeah.
I had a little, inshallah.
Right.
So I was really more so nervous about my body after I saw the first episode, but I was like, okay, body T.
How'd you lose 30? Trip to Colombia? At Pure Coke? Or what was it? How'd you lose 30 pounds?
Yeah, I used to be a girl. I used to do everything under the sun. The first time I went to Colombia, it was for my BBL. So y'all talking about, y'all know Colombia for the coke. I know Colombia for them good doctors. But I just did it natural this time. I was doing a lot of cardio, eating healthy. I feel like, and I feel better now. I think I'm getting older, and I'm just I'm not dissing people who do take other routes, but I just had to do it for
It wasn't the Ozempic.
It wasn't the Ozempic. I don't like needles. I couldn't do that to myself. But no Ozempic. No Ozempic.
I do want to say, too, you talk about walking in a room. There's something different about Houston women. Houston women have a presence about them that stands out a lot more than a lot of other women. I think it's the size, to be honest. Yes.
It's the what?
The size.
They're usually taller.
I'm not originally from Houston. I'm from Orange, Texas.
Okay. What do you mean
Texas?
Everything's bad in Texas.
Yes. that. I think we do have a certain aura. We kind of command the room.
Yeah,
you know,
for
we
sure.
walk in. We're very friendly. So it's especially when we walk in some rooms with people like from New York. They're not used to people speaking. We be like, hey y'all.
The Southern hospitality. And then the accents too.
Yeah.
That's Houston.
Yeah,
Drip
it's very
Houston all day.
Yeah, I'm H-Town all day.
How far is Orange from Houston?
2 hours. Yeah, it's like 2 hours. Yeah.
What's something about y'all friendship that y'all think the TV show made stronger, if anything?
I think that we realized how strong we are together and how many doors that we're opening. Even though I think, and I know people gonna be like, what doors you open? Honestly, podcasting, especially in the South, it's not a lot of podcasts in the South
Not like
that
how
are
it used to
really
be here.
right. And the fact that there has been podcasters out there that have gotten TV shows, but it's mostly TV shows that are based on their podcast. The fact that Travel Queens has nothing to do with Poor Minds and we're showing our talents, like we have communication degrees. Like we went to school for this. So I think a lot of times people don't take influencers or people who started on the internet seriously because you started on the internet as well. So a lot of times we get so much backlash because they're like, y'all just the girls who grabbed a mic and started a YouTube channel. But I think being on this show, it shows like, no, we got some tricks up our sleeve.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that it made our friendship stronger because I'm like, bro, look at what we have done. You know what I'm saying? Even from the first time when we came on Breakfast Club, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is huge. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just like we realize how strong we are together and how much more that we have to do.
And don't speed past the fact y'all got communications degrees.
Oh yeah.
I know. I think people always forget that because we never highlighted it that much. But, yeah.
Graduated from Texas Southern.
And I graduated from Stephen F. Austin State
What y'all want to do
University.
when y'all was in college? Y'all just wanted to be like on TV, news anchors, or what?
You know, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, to be honest. I knew I wanted to do something in media, and then when I graduated, I had a little fake internship at 97.9 about. Shout out to Kiati.
Kiati, homebody Kiati.
On the radio in Houston right now, and I had a little fake internship with him. I shadowed him for maybe like 2 months, and then I realized I didn't really like radio, so then I didn't know what I wanted to do, and so I moved to Atlanta. Of course, y'all know Lex ended up moving out here. One of her friends who was also already into podcasting was like, y'all need to turn y'all YouTube channel into a podcast, and I feel like that's when I found my niche. I was like, okay, I'm supposed to be podcasting, but prior to that, I didn't know.
I thought I was gonna do like hard news. I was like, I'm finna be Al Roker, bitch. I'm finna be reporting everything. It's gonna rain. I'm gonna do everything.
It's raining.
Yo, don't understand.
I'm gonna be on Good Morning America, bitch.
It's gonna rain.
It's gonna rain. Everything, but like I took an internship at my school radio station, and we were just reporting on hard news every morning. It was so sad, and I was like, I cannot do this. Like we're having to interview people who just lost their house in a fire, like all this stuff. And I was like, okay, maybe I need to redirect. And so I've always been into entertainment news. Like I grew up, you know, watching E! News. You know what I'm saying? The kids was watching Coco Melon out in Rugrats. I was watching E! News. So I was like, okay, let me do something in the entertainment world. Like that might be, you know, more my speed. So I knew I wanted to do something on TV and media, but I just wasn't sure. So podcasting kind of made it easy because I was applying for all the jobs in Houston and I just couldn't get my foot in the door. So I was like, well, let me just create our own lane and do our thing.
How'd y'all connect with 85 South?
It was because of Carlos. So Carlos always followed us on Twitter, and we were cool with him on Twitter. And I think I shot my shot, and I was just like, oh, can you come record Poor Minds with us? And at this time, we weren't even recording in the studio yet. We were still recording in the living room at my house. And he pulled up on us, sat on the floor in my living room, and recorded Poor Minds with us. And then I think ever since then, he was just kind of watching us. And then he saw how the show kept growing and elevating. And then a few years later, he ended up asking us to come on 85 South. We went on 85 South. I think that episode did 1 million views in like 5 days or something.
Yeah,
And
oh
my God. That's like crazy. So we ended up, the episode did like 1 million views in 5 days. And then he introduced us to Chad, and he was like, I think, you know, we want to sign y'all.
Oh,
Yeah. That's so nice.
I do have a question. Some advice. I have a single friend. She has a closet full of wigs.
Terrible wigs too.
Curly.
Make sure you say terrible wigs.
Oh, you know what a friend is.
I do, sadly.
She has a bunch of wigs. Curly. One day is straight. Different colors. She's funny. She's smart. She switches up her wigs like a Netflix series. But when it comes to dating, she doesn't seem like she can find the right guy. She doesn't know if guys get intimidated or if they're just confused. How would you suggest she meet somebody to secure a relationship? Because time is running out and so are wigs.
Damn.
But why did you include the stuff about the wigs?
So the wigs could be a part of it.
You think the wig might be the reason why she can't find a man?
I mean, think about it. Just think that I'm sure that y'all felt like y'all had to change about yourselves a little bit, and it probably made them, made the bait a little stronger for the fish.
Okay.
Well, what kind of men is she trying to date? Because they say they like bad wigs.
They do. The white. They love a crunchy.
Maybe she not dating in the right mood.
No, the crunchy stale wig. My wig used to be crunchy. The bricks off of me.
They love the stiff wig.
Oh, they do. But I'll say this. We were actually just having this conversation.
We was literally just talking about this.
They do.
They love the stiff wig.
They have that same hard wig, soft life.
So you see, I ain't never heard it in my life.
Maybe she should look at white.
A different pool. She's in the wrong pool.
Pool boy, but I will say, we were just telling our producer this, and I was saying, like, when you get your look together and you feel confident in yourself, it doesn't even matter. Like, whatever makes you feel good, you're going to attract the right person. I enjoy being polished. I used to have a stiff wig or two. You know,
I still got one of them.
She does. But
for memories,
her wig. I said when she wins her first Emmy, I'm gonna put it on eBay and auction. It's gonna be a collector's item, and it still has the scrunchie on it and everything. It's in a ponytail.
Who do you think lies more, women with bad wigs or men with podcasts?
Men with podcasts.
Hands down. Oh my gosh.
Like a girl with a stiff wig, a bad wig, you living in your truth.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What, for the 2 weeks that we were? No, we didn't. Me honestly really get along most of the time. We never really argue or get into it. If we do, because I feel like we're at a point now in our relationship where we can sense when the other person low-key tired of each other.
Like, but it be over silly stuff. Like, Drea be running late sometimes, and like she'll get in the Uber and I'll just be on my phone. Like,
she don't even speak. I'll be like,
girl, you are late. Bring your ass. So it be silly stuff like that. But we just don't. It don't be nothing like that serious. Like I said, life is good. What do we have to be mad about?
Life is great, but we gotta go back to this wig shit for one second. We gonna have to open up the phones at some point, because I don't believe that. I've never heard the white men like stiff wigs. You said stiff wig, hard light?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who told you this?
I lived it. I'm serious. If you go look on TikTok right now and type hard wig, soft life, you're gonna see nothing but interracial couples.
So why didn't you stick with the white man?
Because I wanted a man. I wanted a hard life with a hard man. I wanted to struggle
She wanted to struggle with some raw Indian.
Did any of the teachings of Dr. Umar influence you to dump that white man?
I hate when I say this. I love Dr. Umar.
I do too.
Black
Y'all know talk about me. Talk about I got a bad wig, can't find a man. It's so nice to meet y'all.
It looks beautiful.
Boy, a hard wig won't holler one. What did you talk about? Talk about you. Talk about her.
First of all, the sass normally comes from over here. But you your sass on all over there, spinning around looking at me.
Nobody talking about you. She just talking
exactly. So come here, let you know a source close to my wall. It's diary. Nice to meet y'all, ladies. The show. I think y'all look so pretty on the show. I've watched all 3 episodes.
We was not talking about it.
Why you kept turning around to me? We got cameras all in the studio. We gonna run the tape. That's sick neck. You keep talking about hard. We didn't talk about that hard dye that's dried over there.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Your wig is beautiful.
I like it. I love a ball.
Oh, listen, how do y'all protect y'all mental health while still being so transparent?
How do y'all protect your mental health? The hard way we keep beating. How hard way used to protect me. No CTE over here. I was protected.
But being that y'all are so transparent on the pod and on TV, how do y'all protect y'all mental health?
Pray a lot. I have a great relationship with God. I pray a lot. I also go to therapy. I think it's so important to go to therapy, and I don't know why in the Black community so many people don't want to try it out or are afraid to try it out. Like, it has completely changed my life, especially when I was grieving, when I lost my dad. That's when I started therapy, and I've been going ever since. It's been about 5 years now.
Yeah, it's the same. I go to therapy. I recently started going. I go to church every Sunday. I do not play. I've worked on my relationship with God, and honestly, I really have a tight, close-knit circle. Like, my friends and my family, like me and my sister are extremely close, and I feel like that's important. Like, when I have like my bad days and I'm just like, my best friend is here with me, Killer, I'm like, you need to come to Atlanta. Like, I'm not doing too well. And she will literally hop on a plane and come see me. And you know, because we all have our moments. Even with Dre being my neighbor, I'm like, I had a breakdown last week and I called her. I was like, bro, I'm finna lose my mind. So I think it's very important to have people around you that, you know, when I'm down, they can pick me up and vice versa. So
you got a grief counselor, Dre, or you just a therapist?
Just a therapist.
Okay.
But I mean, she did specialize in grief, so yeah.
And that helped?
It helps me a lot, for sure, because, I mean, I would talk to my mom about it, but it was hard talking to my mom about it because she was also grieving as well. And it was just nice to have somebody who was unbiased, who I could let all my feelings out and let them know how I was feeling. Because at the time, you know, Lex hadn't lost her mom yet, so I didn't have any friends that had lost a parent. So it wasn't anybody that I could talk to that I felt like could relate to what I was going through.
Man.
Yeah.
Condolences, man.
Thank you.
And when you are going through those breakdowns, Lex, you say you hit Dre, would you pull up with a bottle or something? Some smoke, what y'all do?
I always got about it. Not some smoke. And not that coke either.
About to go. Y'all gonna get flued out to make yourself feel better. No. But honestly, you know what? I don't even think we do that anymore. We used to, but now we really just talk.
Like, we just talk it out.
We used to drink through our problems, but we really don't do that anymore. We really just talk it out and, you know, just give each other time and just be there for each other. You know what I'm saying?
You
just
learn them good coping mechanisms.
Yeah. And one thing I've learned is just like, I've learned so much patience. I have so much peace in that because it doesn't rain forever. So every time I'm going through something, I'm just like, just let it pass. And it always passes. So I think we still get turned up.
Bottle of wine, though.
Yeah, we gonna drink now, but we don't use it as a crutch anymore.
Not
anymore.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask y'all too, how do y'all balance like turning up for the show? Because you still gotta perform, right? Because it's still a TV show.
Yeah.
But then being present for the moments that you're experiencing, like those cultural moments in those cities.
You know what's crazy? We didn't really drink that much the whole time that we were filming. Like, we had a few scenes, like we had a mezcal scene, so of course we were drinking during that scene. I think the drag show, we were drinking a little bit, and then we had some mojitos. But honestly, those were the only 3 times throughout the whole time we were filming that we were drinking, because we really wanted to stay present in the moment. Because one thing about us, we're gonna take it to the moon. We're gonna take it too far, so it's best to just not have no drink.
Yeah. And it's crazy because the mezcal scene that we did that showed in Mexico City last night, that was actually the last scene that we did for the entire show. And that was probably the most like lit that we got because we were drinking so much. But I think it's very different from Poor Minds. But honestly, we stopped drinking a lot on Poor Minds.
Yeah.
Because it was like some cringy episodes and we just like, oh my God.
It was the Houston live show.
Oh, the Houston live show really changed.
It was so embarrassing because we recorded the show and then we went back and watched it when we got back to Atlanta, and it was just so cringy. We was on stage like, yeah, Lex, let's turn up. And we bringing our friends on stage and just drunk, taking shots, twerking. It was a mess.
That was one of my favorite shows. Y'all came out and y'all was just dancing, and it was like y'all was in the zone.
That was Houston, but that was like our second Houston show. You talking about when we had the Freaknik outfits on?
And you was doing that dance.
No, that was a good show. We had put ourselves
on a drink minimum.
Yeah, we have a 2-shot minimum before we go on stage, and then we'll have like a drink on stage. But we have 1 drink when we're on stage, and that's it. Once we done with that drink, you're done.
Yeah, that first Houston show, we drank that whole bottle.
Yeah, we was turned.
You had nerves? Y'all scared?
Always nervous.
She's always a little nervous.
Always
I was just trying to turn up. I didn't realize I was getting so drunk.
Yeah.
So quick.
So what's the long-term vision for the show? More seasons?
Yes, we're hoping it's gonna get picked up for a second season. Okay. I think we should probably know that within like the next 2 weeks or so. Mm-hmm. So obviously we want it to get picked up. And as far as Poor Minds, we want Poor Minds to get picked up as a TV show as well.
Yeah.
That's on our bucket list.
Yeah, for sure. I think like with Travel Queens, I definitely want it to be a lot more seasons. I feel like we should do like a whole season like in Africa, a whole season in Europe. So that's what we're hoping that it'll grow to. And you know, same thing with Poor Minds. I could see Poor Minds living on like, you know, maybe like a streaming app or something that, you know, outside of YouTube. I think we're ready to make that transition with Poor Minds as well. And yeah, for sure. And more hosting opportunities for the both of us and individually. She still has her cosmetics line that's doing really well. So her just growing in the beauty industry. I have started my YouTube channel, Love Lex P. So I'm just doing like hot topics, show reviews, because that's the lane I want to get into, more hosting as well. So yeah, we just have so much stuff to do. And I feel like now that we've made that step into TV, it's like, you know, people can actually see what we can do now, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Shop Muse Beauty
Collection. I was already on. ShopMuseBeautyCollection.com. Make sure you get your lip glosses, matte liquid lipsticks, lip liners. I also just branched into other cosmetics products. So now I have some jelly blushes. I have mascara and eyeliner. So yeah, make sure you shop MuseBeautyCollection.com.
Well, check out Travel Queens on BET.
That's right.
Thank y'all for joining us so much.
And subscribe to the Poor Minds podcast.
Yes.
Big love for Lex P and Dre and Nicole.
It's the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Wake that ass up in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's what you thinking.
We ain't got to struggle for it.
Well, then why we ain't got no radio shows that we do ourselves, sitcoms that we do ourselves, podcasts that we do ourselves, and movies that we do ourselves? Back in the old days, you know, Simply Marvelous, everybody was doing Laura Hay, everybody. It seemed like now something has taken the place of what we used to get. It used to be we was the Marla Gill. We walk in, throw that joke up, hit Sherman Hemsley, and walk out. Now we don't even get that. Right.
I got a reason. I think because I saw you on Club Shay Shay talking about the radio portion. I think for whatever reason, radio didn't look sexy to a generation, so there wasn't a lot of people who went and pursued it. So you know, you got your Dee Dee McGuire's, but Dee Dee's been around. Dee Dee been around since
that's right. She's a radio person.
That's right. That's right.
But if DL, Steve, Ricky, then why is it not me? Just not saying we don't want to work here, because I've been trying to get a job here. Let me talk to y'all about y'all. I've been trying to get a job here. You know, I keep coming up here, and y'all keep moving the location on me. Like I'm not like we used to be. Get a job. When you got the job, I was like, oh, maybe I should lose a couple of pounds or something, put some nails on or something. I had to take my nails off because they was killing me. Oh, and fungus ain't for punks. Okay. Listen. Okay, I know what that means. They don't quit walking across my stuff because that's what make the battery run out. Go to bed, and then they ain't even us. You know, if it was us, you could be up all night long. But when it's other races of people, take your ass to bed and stop messing my battery up. Okay, what was I talking about? You talking about people doing radio?
No, women not being in the position.
I want to do radio. You know, I call Doc all the time. Doc, look out for me. I'm not on CBS no more. We gotta keep working. I would do a podcast. What would I want to talk about? Well, I know what I want to talk about. What would you recommend? Because you know you be making that money too. Man, listen. I need to write a book. Matter of fact, I need to just do the Charlemagne the God success story. Yeah. Okay, so wait a minute now. What are we gonna talk about? Because you know.
And then this is the thing.
What?
It is when you do a podcast, you gotta really think about what is it that people want to hear from Cheryl.
That's
What you
right.
think,
You know what
Justin?
I'm saying?
What you think? When you
Yeah,
see
real
me,
shit. Like, as soon as you came in here, you looked at me and was like, "What's going on?" And I'm
Because
like,
you-
I
because you
immediately
all over
was
the
like,
place
"Oh,
with
right,
the
it was
joke,
that." I was
with
like,
old girl.
It was a
Right. Yeah, and then y'all did the
when I
video.
woke up.
No, you
Woke
looking
up late.
fly to death. That's how you come to work in the morning.
Thank you.
You come to work
Looking
fly
like I'm
and
from
sexy,
Compton.
but ready to, if I need to, in the meet me in the break room. Listen, don't sleep on that money, right? Did the Breakfast Club? Don't let the success fool you. We will squad with any radio show. Come on, with the smoke, you gonna get smoked back. We the Breakfast Club. That's right, because we gonna hit you in the morning. That's right.
That is a good question you asked. Because when Jess first started her podcast, Carefully Reckless, she was.
These are both fun. USDA choice ribeye. Must have cost a fortune, huh? Oh, right. The lowest prices of any national grocery store. It's an Aldi thing.
Talking about pop culture and stuff, and then it turned into you talking about yourself.
Fix
And then Just Fix My Mess.
Because what I went into it with thinking, all right, I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about. But no, podcast, they don't really see you. We got a lot of people that shoot their podcast, but I was just doing audio. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm already visually everywhere else. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna just lead us to audio. But the mistake I made was like, all right, they want to hear what they hear online. Nah, we want to hear something different. We can go online if you want to hear what you talk about online. So
That's right.
Give us advice on stuff. Jess, your storytelling is amazing. All of your experiences, you always been an open book, Jess. So we going through the same things. How did you get through it? How can you help us get through it? That's when it changed from me being Jess with the Mess on my podcast to me just fix my mess. Now, you know, people call up.
Yes.
I fix people's mess here every Thursday. You know, they call up. They having situations at work. They having, turmoil in their relationship.
That's right.
Friendships, family,
That's
stuff
right.
like that. And
Well, since you fixing things, I need you to find me a man. And this is where we going.
Okay.
We go to every
Lauren
Red
needs
Lobster
to
in the
say
history of mankind because it's a brother that run Red Lobster.
Yes.
Okay, so what's up with him? What's up with him?
And he
How old
actually is
is he now?
single, I believe.
He young.
He's young.
He's in his 30s. I think he's in his 30s.
I do that. Yes, I'm in Club Chase. I go 35.95. What you trying to do? 35.95.
You ain't expecting no 95.
Listen to a 95-year-old man. I'm a young tenderoni to a 95-year-old man. To Rufus. But to a 35-year-old man, I can teach him things. Plus, I need my privacy. You know, I want somebody to live right next door or in another state. Just call me at night, check on me, see if I'm still alive.
You don't want to live with nobody.
No, I don't think that's a good idea in the beginning. I don't believe in shacking. I never believed in that. I'm not living no man because you don't know the day of the hour the master return. But and I don't like sex.
Wait a minute, what that mean? You think the man that's gonna die? You don't want to be with him?
No, but you just don't know when Jesus is coming back.
Oh, so he didn't judge you. You shacking up.
Right, I'm living with a dude, and I think the Lord be looking down in my life, be like, man, I was just about to give her all these blessings, you know what I'm saying, to give her all this money and everything. She ain't ready. She's living down there sinning.
Sex?
No, that's when I get caught slipping. Now listen. Sometimes I get caught slipping. Fair exchange ain't no robbery. If you take me out to eat, I need to do something for it. You know what I'm saying? I need some ties or something. Yeah. Because a lot of women, I did what I did. Shut up. You need to do something for this man. He done took you out, ate well and everything. He don't just like you. No.
So you trick a little bit, Cheryl.
No. Say I trigger a little bit. I just say fair exchange ain't no robbery. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk to you and I'm gonna tell you what I can do, what I can't do. I'm gonna tell you if you want something that I don't know how to do, I'll call Jess. Jess, can you want to jump in there?
Do I want to do things tagged in and then?
Yeah, tagged in because the things I can't do. I'm over here making sandwiches.
I'm engaged, so I can't. I would have done that.
Listen, okay, well then how did you get engaged? See, I need to do your joint so you can tell me how did you get engaged? Because I tell her just show that you get engaged.
She got a Mexican. He needed to
listen.
Yes, he is Mexican and black, but he's black first.
Okay, but you said Mexican first, so you know what that means.
She said Mexican first. Yeah,
you say she
said Mexican first.
Are you what?
Yes, because Cheryl, that's his wig sitting right next to
I
him.
identify as what I need to identify as in the moment.
Oh, you in the pronouns?
Yes.
I said that's how we lost. You can't be in everything. Black people,
Pronouns.
all the black people, I got doing all of that. You get frustrated. That's when we call you straight your name.
That's
We're
right.
not against your rights and everything.
That's
but
right.
we can't be thinking about all this stuff and everything.
That's right.
Because people got to stop walking on the backs of our movement, then go to get their thing, and then they pulling it from everybody. See, that's what I want to talk about. I got questions. I want to ask questions, but also I want to do relationship. I want when you get caught in something. Me and Shannon used to kick it. You know, we used to kick it. I was trying, man. I was trying to get the shot.
Did they used to call him Shay Shay back then?
No, I didn't know who that was. When I heard Shay Shay, I was like, bruh, you know, because I was trying to. Yeah.
Let's say.
I'm trying to put that forearm there. Back. Just take it. You can take it. Go to sleep. 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 Go to sleep.
When y'all used to talk, okay, so you saw that live or whatever, right? That took you down.
In all kind of sports, baseball, soccer, Olympics, football, hockey. I was running up in all kind of sports because I'm the different girl. I'm the girl that the dude get with and go, you know, I never thought I would like. Shut it up. Take it. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. So you got the Mexicans and black. You mix and black together. Because I mess with that too. Gateway to legal immigration right through here. I mess with all of that. Colombian, Cuban, Mexican, El Salvadorian. You know, El Salvadorian is really black. You know, because they be trying to say who ain't coming. And now he done picked up everybody. But you voted, you singing, you voted. But you didn't think he gonna flip the script on you. Anybody hustle hard like Donald Trump was hustling hard and did what he did. But we knew it. We knew it. So I would want to talk about everything. Yo, show it. We don't talk about everything. Show it. The podcast, Shay, relationship. That's right. And I love the Lord. And I think the Lord know my heart. So that's why I'm back on tour because I got to make this money because I want to finance everything. That's right. I want to finance and I want somebody to jump in and help elevate my stuff. Like I got an animated vehicle, you know, but I want it to be profane. I like profane language. I like profane topics. Yeah. I like I saw you on the Daily Show. I thought your commentary is very good. And I think that with all of us working and all of us making this money and opening doors for all of us, then we need to get together and start making these movies. We need to start getting together, making these series, and then we need to work together. So if you know how to write a book, you do a 20-book deal over at your publishing company, and you find 20 of us that got a story to tell. Because I got a story to tell. I'm just not going to tell it until somebody pay me to tell it. Because I got that day that somebody came out of the bag of me when I found out that I thought my friend was my friend, but I found my friend was my coworker. You want the inside of that story, you're going to have to pay me for it. And I'll tell you everything. You know what I'm saying? Money talking. Walk.
Hey, you look good too, Cheryl. You look what?
Yeah, about 110. I was like 250. I was like, I was wilding, baby. I was wilding. Well, you know, she was 250. But we had a table. Because we had a table, and you know, I was coming out last, and I was wilding to the table, right? You know what I'm saying? I was cross between Biggie and Tracy Morgan, right? So. No, for real. Wait a minute. Wait, was I here? Was the other show that I said I look like Lil Yachty and everybody?
No, I thought about it, I never said it. So
I said it. Because I said, I see it.
Man, I ain't never seen it on this
No, because remember Lil Yachty did this thing in the video. Yes. And I said,
hey. You know you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, and then there's a picture, and somebody put them side by side, and I took it, I claim it. If you got a good line on me, I'll take that line. But if it ain't a good line, you might get tapped. You know, you might get tapped. These little sharp knuckles, and now I lost 110 pounds. I got a good black doctor too, Dr. Zuri Morel. You got to check him out. He's the brother that sometimes you need somebody in your own culture that can tell you, understand. Because somebody talk to you, and because they got a white coat on, you be like, okay, I'm gonna do it. Whoop, wop, wop, and then you find out, don't do that. So having Dr. Zuri Morel, no diabetes, no high blood pressure, you know, moving around. But here's what we need. We need to be talking to these pharmaceutical companies. It cannot be so expensive to live healthy. And that's where the problem is. And that's where we need to use the media. And we got to get people ready.
The pharmaceutical pharmaceutical companies should be calling out the food corporations. Because if the food corporations are making all this food that's getting them sick, then we gotta go to the pharmaceutical companies and get health insurance that we can't afford and medicine that we can't afford.
And then you put
like they're working hand in hand.
Right, but then you put a dude in there. Listen, I'm not against RFK Jr. I know the dude. I've met him and everything. I've met his wife and everything. But when you put a dude in there going, well, I vaccines do this and do this, but you know, now that the measles is coming back, you might want to get it. Okay, who are we listening to? I need a dude that sound like he know what he talking about. Because I can go to a dude on the corner if I want to get possibilities. Right. That's how we live. If somebody say, you got fibroids, okay, drink corn water. Okay, we already live in that. But you can't be in charge of nothing talking about drinking corn water. But I big ups to him talking about putting, what's the beef tallow? Back in the French fries.
He did it already. Still, I think it's Shake Shack on one of them.
Yeah, and I heard Popeyes too. But listen, I'm not against it. You just can't eat it every day. You know what I'm saying?
So you had surgery to lose the weight?
No, no. I was going to have it because that is what was recommended. And then when I went to get I did the psychological test because you got to go through a lot of testing before you get the surgery. And then I went to get I was getting my colonoscopy, so I said, well, you might as well do the endoscopy because the equipment goes down your throat. I'm like, okay. Like, never mind. I'm about to go on a whole nother tangent. But when I went to do that, my colorectal doctor, Dr. Zuri Morel, brother over at Cedars-Sinai Morehouse man said, why are you doing this? And so he started to read my record and he said, try this first. So then he put me on Saxenda first. And then I went to Wegovy and everything changed. And we monitor all of my vitals and my blood work and everything. And that's what you got to do. But this can be done. The other thing that can be done, we need to be buying up property that people don't want and changing neighborhoods and putting healthy stuff next to stuff we love. And then we need to put small clinics in every neighborhood. You don't have to go to the hospital far away just to come down and get your blood pressure checked. You need to be able to walk. In the old days, we used to walk places. We need to bring that back. We who have money, access, and power need to use that money, access, and power because now they'll give us something, somebody else will start using it, and then they'll take it away. That's right. You ain't hurting me.
It's
hustle hard.
It's funny that you said that. You know, we were talking earlier that we tried that, but all the vegan spots have been closing. People haven't been going to the vegan spots. They haven't been going to the healthy spots no more. So all the healthy spots have been closed.
But I don't know if the healthy spots is in the hood though.
And I would say this. It's not everybody don't like to hear I'm gonna be a vegan because then it sounds like what I don't get to eat. Like I live for a good fried pork chop, but I can't metabolize it every day like I used to when I was younger. So when you say being vegan, that's eating an apple. That's eating fruit. That's getting your natural fiber, right? But once you hook me on something processed and my body now wants that, I think it's okay to have everything that's out here. That's right. That's right. But if we don't walk around, if we ride everywhere, I live in California, we ride everywhere. Where do we use this? We don't want to just use this to entertain. We want to enlighten, empower, and elevate. And that's what we need to be doing. So if I was to ever do a podcast or type of show, I want to be able to talk to everybody. And I want to move product. You know why? Integration is the key. You want to stay on the air, you must be making the corporation money from everybody. And that's what I want us to be about. So we will have the money. I'm working with a team of promoters to make sure my tickets sell. Why? Because the clubs and some places don't promote. They think you're supposed to do it on social media. What do you think about that?
I actually, well, it's the upside and the downside to it. Thank God my platform is big enough and I do have, now, the Breakfast Club where I can take my tickets, my reaches even further. And thank God for my platform that I can sell my tickets on my own with a couple posts. Because if not, damn, like, well, how you booking me, but you don't want to promote me?
That's right. That's right.
There.
You want me to do your job.
Right.
Then are you going to compensate me for that? When Kevin Hart had his promotion game, his social media game, before he was this Kevin Hart, he was that Kevin Hart. And then those emails came out that they wanted to access it, but they didn't want to compensate him for what he built.
He used to put that newsletter out. He used to have his man walk around the comedy club, Wayne, and get everybody's email, and he would send a newsletter out.
That's right. And we got to go back to that. But my feeling is everybody's audience is not a social media audience. My audience is old school. They don't believe that Jesus is coming back until they hear the Breakfast Club say where Jesus is going to be.
On Facebook, though.
Oh, Smokey, come on, live a little.
Facebook sorta.
But you know what? What they were on Facebook, but with everything updating, it's hard to keep up with how some of that stuff works now. So no, and that's when I realized when I got this job, I'm like, well, that's a total different.
Right.
I'm starting to see more and more older, more established people.
That's right.
You know, and their careers coming to the show. And when I go in there, when I'm on stage and I'm talking about what's going on social media, it's funny, but I can tell that they don't make that.
So this is detach them.
That's
That's right.
A new lab.
That's
Okay,
right.
cool. But that's the difference. I got the fan base here.
Yes, right.
My older folk, more established, and then I got the fan base on social media.
And when you merge them together, now you have power.
Yes.
And for me, this is still in my car. This is still in my house. Everybody pronounced the death of terrestrial radio, and it's still alive, and it's going to stay alive. That's right. So we have to be involved in it, and we need to talk to politicians. If Democrats want to take it back in the midterm, then you got to put that money on radio, and especially black radio. Why? Because the Republicans did just enough to get our attention. Now everybody talking about, oh, the black man that voted Republican. No, that's not true. She still got a large amount of the black male vote. What they did was they got enough for the distraction hustle to work. And we have to tell people, advertisers have to advertise on this show. Why? If it don't make money, it don't make sense.
Republicans have Trump advertised on Breakfast Club. He advertised on our YouTube. Shoot, he took me an interview and put us in a commercial.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. What did you get any blowback? Because now people are mad. You got to dance with the dude that's in there. You know what I'm saying? So everybody mad. But only thing I'm mad about is I've been a black Republican for a long time. I'm an old school black Republican. But I don't know if I want to.
Did you vote for Trump?
Man, listen. No, but I know a lot of stuff. I mean, I've been going to conventions for a long time. I've been dealing in the
What about
Republican
2016?
Party.
You voted for Trump 2016?
No, I campaigned. I'll walk it back for you. I campaigned for Senator Obama to become President Obama, President Obama to stay President Obama. I campaigned for Hillary Clinton. I was at the DNC. I wanted Kamala to win, campaign for her. But here's the problem. If these entities don't listen, if they think we ain't got to put no money down here in this community, we got them in the back. You don't have us in the bag. You must put the money down here. You must put the boots on the ground. So every civil rights organization, every Greek letter organization, everybody get back into the community. If you are not touching the community, we will not win this. And now they got to decide, it's going to be Gavin Newsom in the West with Shapiro in the East and come together because I understand.
I like Shapiro. I'm not a Gavin guy. I like Shapiro.
Okay, tell me what. I love Shapiro because Shapiro to me.
I love Shapiro.
He's
but I look
he's
at
Obama to me. He's Obama.
I call him Barack Obama.
But you Baruch. That's what I feel like. If you're gonna make a decision, I think the coach was a good dude. Right, I think he was a good dude.
Not me.
But okay, tell me what you think.
I didn't like Coach Walls. I don't think he added nothing to that ticket in no way, shape, or form. I actually thought she should have went with Shapiro, but I think she was afraid of the blowback from the whole Palestine-Israel crowd at the time.
Listen, man. Would you like the coach? I like the coach. Also, we got a chance to interview his wife. I think they're good people.
Good people.
I think they're good people. But because I don't know why they made that decision. I've heard some things, but also you can't be afraid of, and I'm just speaking generally, it's nothing that I heard, but I'm reading the books that's coming out, and them books is juice. Political juice is ignorant, right? But if you're afraid that somebody's going to run for president, that is why you be the vice president. So you can run for president. And you got to get it together to run. And you need to hit them battleground states. But if you notice something strange, like a lot of people believe that Elon Musk, did something, finagled. I was going to say a word with rigged on that part of it. But I'm trying to keep it casual with y'all. If we was drinking, I would have said it. But they say he did something, right?
Yes.
But you
rigged the election.
That's right. But even if you do that, you still cannot defeat the will of the people. What is it? Last weekend, everybody was out marching. Then the dude from JP Morgan say, look like we're going into a recession. Now they coming back to where they need to be. What is the point of all of this? If people start speaking up, we can get this right, right? You got to get yours where you can get yours. Now, if I say, you like my outfit, Jess? You like my outfit?
Yes.
Now I got to say Amazon before the boycott. Right? But a lot of small businesses about to get hit because you was getting all your stuff from overseas. What is my point to this? We have got to start talking about with racial issues, with financial issues, with character issues. So back to how did we lose? We're in those battleground states. People should have come together and told the truth. We ain't got the boots on the ground for you. Or you don't feel like Obama is something. And Obama got a right to say what he wants to say, and you can't get mad that this brother is trying to tell you something. Right? You can be against it, but what happened to us sticking together? Let something happen to one of y'all. We riding. What time are we marching and where are we coming from? But if we are separated and we get a little bit of temporary money, but they got full power, everything, every branch of government, but they play the long game. They put people on the Supreme Court. Now you don't have no place to go. Now they're telling law firms, if you do anything I don't like, we're going to take the money. Now they're telling colleges, if you do anything, we're like, so what we going to do? Okay, everybody go to HBCUs. Now, you ain't got to do nothing for us.
Basically, what you're saying is we all got to get back to community because that's all we really got to do.
Absolutely. We will feed our own children. Right. We will educate our own children. We will talk about our history and make sure that it's out there. If you got to stand on Times Square on a crate like they used to do, we will educate the people, because once you give it, you can take it away. And then when you get your ass in a sling, you want to do a distraction where you taking Harriet Tubman down from somewhere. Then we all run over here mad while they doing what they really want to do over here. Don't fall for it, right? And then we got to be careful that companies that are making decisions for their
because instead of you remembering to tell somebody later on, you know. I ain't seen him, but I don't know how I seen him. You sent me a picture? Alright. But I'm about to look at it in a second. Do this. But as the rarity of them of us seeing them. But it's like it's not so uncommon because it's like that is right there. I mean, it's not. It's, Mhm. But you can. But this is. These are conversations. But this is a conversation. I'm about to say this is something that you know or whatever, and now you can post it or whatever, and now more people will know that they have this shit, and now that's a thing now. But now that's not a fucking. That now that's how that type of shit gets spread. You can start big rumors easily with just social media. Like you can the boy that cried wolf, or you can just cross. You can spread mass rumors basically. Easily, whether they be true or not. Yeah, and not, but a lot of people aren't. Like I'm dumbing it down right now. A lot of people don't realize that. Yeah, they don't realize that, you know, certain things. And no. They ain't been doing it with the news. They've been doing it with the news. They've been hiding shit. They've been keeping things away from the government been doing what basically the animals think, what I'm saying. Like animals always been around us and everything. They always been right there, but there's just nobody been able to, yeah. Oh, spraying lies. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the fucking thing. That's pretty. You see that little visor? I seen a little chick next to me when I was driving. I'm driving on fucking Clearview. I see a chick in an Infinity with this shit. I'm like, I bet this bitch pretty behind that mask or whatever. I'm looking at it or whatever, and I'm like, I'm looking at her with a mask on or whatever. I'm like, this is a pretty bitch behind the mask or whatever. And then I immediately think of your pretty eyes. I'm like, this is some shit you look like you would wear. That's why I said, look, it looked like some shit you would wear. Look, I was looking at it. It looked like some shit you would wear. That's why I said, I know you. I know. I know you do. Cause that chick seemed just like you on some shit, to be real. Like y'all had the same little vibe on some shit. I don't know. Like she looked like she was on that steering wheel type shit. And she looked like she was on the steering wheel like the little cute shit. Like Stephanie look fancy like that. Oh.
Like humans with many things like that, bro. Humans with many things like that. What? That's on the ground.
We used to when we were.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's why. Yeah, that's why there's our base.
Yeah, my homegirl, she offered me a trip to go to Miami. I'm like, all right, thanks, I'll fuck with it. I said, my homegirl, she offered me a trip to go to Miami. I'm like, all right, I'll fuck with it.
Cookies, man.
All that out. Just got back on. And some basics.
Hello.
All right, hit me up. Bye.
Oh, I know what I gotta do. What about it though?
It's me, two other people. Gosh.
Wait, what? What you mean?
They gonna proceed to tell the other nigga, dang, so I it to the nigga. What you mean?
have on.
Or I have with this one that is.
This is this is a nightmare. That's the Easter July.
I'm good with this one.
Alright.
I'm cool with it.
Got in the jar.
Some more shit next. This week.
I'm chilling with the stew.
You say you was what?
Chilling with Steve with the stew. Forgot his name. What you got, cousin?
Oh yeah, Steve. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, Steve. Fuck out there. Take your time, bro. Singing the thing.
I'm on some nerves.
You sure you like that?
Yeah, right.
Some tomorrow, so I'll let you know. It's gonna be his birthday.
Alright. Hit me up.
On Speed Racer.
Yeah, I'm going What in the fuck? Oh. Yeah.
Proud of himself. Yeah, he proud of himself. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And we're waiting for that for as long as possible.
open.
I'm trying to do stuff. I'm trying. What was that, by the way? I'm about to say, y'all finished arguing?
Be doing with all that. Oh man. Everybody else you got. Follow me every 2 minutes. Talk about.
people commenting on this shit. But I think there's bots and
You
shit.
gave up on your dream that fast?
Nah, I just started playing this. I just got addicted to it. This nigga, boo.
You said what? Man, hit me up tomorrow, man. You hit me up all late, for real. Hit me up tomorrow. Hit me up during the day, midday. I say hit me up in the middle of the day. Hit me up. That's the whole point. That's why I'm telling you to meet me in the middle. Hit me up in the middle of the day. I'll pull up on you. It's too late. My neighborhood's a kind of hot neighborhood. You be looking at me. I don't want that. I'm cool with whatever. I'm about to say we can do whatever. It just gonna have to be during the day. Try to. I ain't going all the way out there. Y'all be lying to yourselves. Metairie, Metairie. Yeah, we can definitely organize that. Yeah, we can organize that. I say, oh shit, I definitely take that. Shit, but that's it. That's it. You, you just said it just now. I ain't doing nothing like that. Nuh-uh. All right,
All right. All right. Wow. You are dramatic. Good boy. You are dramatic for real. You are dramatic for real. This is you are dramatic for real. You are dramatic for real. Let's see.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Never mind. Fuck it. Never mind. Fuck it. Go do you. Fuck it. Go do you. Go do you. Fuck it. Go do you.